stressful for you, so I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there is a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs
and flying saucers.
And flying saucers.
Bob Lazar, Area 51 and flying saucers.
I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, you went from, huh?
Well, you know, we want to be
excellent, man. Come by whenever you can.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Peace, bro.
You worked in how would you describe it?
I guess
someone is going to
within
watch
the area.
this. What the fuck? Why does anybody want to watch this? Somebody's going to watch this fucking document. Whatever. Singing with me.
It's not a nice Islamic fatherly regime. Clear signs of fascism. Clear signs of the state control and pay any price to stay in power. Bringing violence, extreme violence.
The following conversation with Abbas Amana, a historian at Yale University specializing in the modern history of Iran. My love and my heart goes out to the Iranian people in their current struggle for freedom. I hope that this conversation helps folks who listen understand the nature and the importance of this struggle. This is the Lex Weekly Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Abbas Amana. Let's start with the current situation in Iran. On September 16th, protests broke out in Tehran and quickly spread over the death of a 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. Eyewitnesses saw her beaten to death by the morality police. This is a heavy topic, but it's a really important topic. What can you explain what happened?
The protests are now in the sixth week. The death of that young woman occurred who was visiting Tehran as a tourist. Sparked something very deep that particularly concerned the younger generation. That is what you would call the equivalent of the Z generation in this country.
Yes.
They call themselves Dahe Hashtadi in Persian because Iran follows the solar calendar of its own. It's an ancient solar calendar. And the time that they were born, they were in the 1380s. That's what they call themselves, Hashtadi. 80s, Hashtag for the 80s. And the circumstances that surrounds the unfortunate death of this young, beautiful Kurdish woman is really tragic. She was arrested by what's referred to as the morality police, morality patrol, called the Gasht Ershad, the guidance police, that is. Presumably there were two women fully clad, that is, officers serving on that force, and two men. And nobody exactly knows what had happened. She had been taken up, and apparently there was no sign of any wrongdoing on her side. She was fully covered. It seems that there was some altercation in the process, and the outcome was that she was unconscious, not necessarily when she was arrested, but in the course of the detention, when they take them to a center, presumably to re-educate them. And she apparently collapsed, and maybe my sense is that she must have had some kind of a problem because of the skull being broken or something had happened. And she died in the hospital the next that through the social media was widely spread throughout Iran, and almost the next day, surprisingly, you could see this outburst of sympathy for her. People are in the street weeping because she was seen as such an innocent young woman, 22 years old. And the family, the mother and the father, also mourning for her. And being a Kurd, this is the big Quran. This all added up to really turning it into some kind of a martyr of his cause. And that's what it is. Her picture, graphics that were artistically produced based on her portrait has now dominates basically as the symbol of this protest movement. And the protest movement goes on. Everybody was thinking, or at least the authorities were thinking, that it's going to die out in a matter of a few days. But it became more intense, first in the streets of Tehran by young women, mostly probably between, I would say, 17, 18 teenagers to 20 to 23 or thereabouts, and then to university campuses all around the country, and then even to high school. And that also made it a very remarkable protest movement because, first of all, it involves the youth and not necessarily the older generation. You see them around, but not as many. Also, you see men and women together, young girls and boys, and they are adamant, they are desperate in the sense of the tone of their protest, and they are extremely courageous because they stand against the security forces that were immediately were sent off to the streets. So, and in full gear, that is.
So what are the currents of pain, emotion? What is this turmoil that rose to the surface that resulted in these big protests? What are the different feelings, ideas that came to the surface here that resulted in such quick scaling of this protest?
Well, if you listen to the main slogan, which is the message of this movement, it's called Women, Life, Freedom, Zan, Zendegi, Azadi, which is a translation of actually the Kurdish equivalent, which is close to Persian in the Indo-European language. And it's apparently initiated first in the Syrian Kurdistan, where they were fighting against the Islamic Daesh forces because they were attacking the Yazidis there and the women being enslaved. But the message, as it moved, historians are interested in this kind of trend. So it just moved to Kurdistan, and from Kurdistan now being the message of this movement reflects pretty much sums up what this movement is all about. Women in the forefront because of all the, one might say, discriminations, the treatment, the humiliation that this younger generation feels, well, not only the younger generations, but most of the Iranian secular middle classes since 1979, for the past 43 years. And they would think that these all basically symbolized or represented by the wearing, the mandatory wearing of the hijab, which is at the core of this protest. You see the young women, if you look at many of these clips that comes through the last 6 weeks, women in the streets take off their mandatory scarf, which is a young shawl, or some kind of a head covering, that's all. And they throw it into the bonfire in the middle of the street, and they dance it and slogan. So there is a sense of complete rejection of what this regime for 43 years 43 years, have been imposing on women. It's not, as it sometimes been portrayed, a movement against hijab through and through. But it basically says, there has to be a choice for those who want to wear hijab and those who want to remain without hijab.
Yeah, the hijab is a symbol of something much deeper.
Much deeper. And actually, before we get into that, it's interesting to note that in many of these demonstrations you see in the university campuses or in the streets, you see women with hijab, young women with hijab, are next to those who have to remove their hijab, and they are together basically protesting. That's the most interesting feature of these demonstrations. And then men and women together against the segregation that the regime has imposed upon them for all these years. Now, in terms of what it represents, as I pointed out, one is the question of the whole series of, one might say, civil and legal discriminations against women. You are considered as a kind of a second-class citizen. You depend on your men. It's a kind of a patriarchy that has been institutionalized in the Islamic Republic in a very profound fashion. And that means that probably in matters of divorce, marriage and divorce, in matters of custody of your children, in matter of inheritance, in matter of freedom of movement, you depend on your husband, your father, your brother, a male member of your family, your child, your son, could be the case. And because of that, obviously, a younger generation who is so well informed through social media knows about the world as much as an American does. American kids are probably sometimes more. They're very, very curious. It's from what I hear, or sometimes that I've met a few of them outside Iran. You see that what this new generation is completely different from what the Islamic Republic wanted to create in its social engineering. It's basically the failure of 43 years of the Islamic Republic's act of imposition of a certain so-called Islamic values on women. And then it's a matter of education. You would see that there is segregation in the schools. One of the issues that right now, is at the heart of this demonstration is that self-services in many of the campuses of the Iranian universities are segregated, male and female, to different rooms, to different doors. Now they're breaking through the walls virtually everywhere and sit together in order to basically resist the authorities who want to impose segregation. In matters of appearance in the public, of course, it may seem to us as kind of trivial and secondary, but appearance is important. Clothing is important. How you would imagine yourself is important. They don't want to be seen in the way that the authorities would like to impose upon them as this kind of an idea of a chaste Islamic woman who is fully covered and is fully protected. The idea of a male member of the family protects the female. That is what you would see at the heart of this rebellion. And of course, that goes with everything else. The second part of this message, the idea of life, basically means, if you like to use the American equivalent of this, pursuit of the happiness. That's what they want. They want fun. They want music. They want dancing. They want to be free in the street. They want to have boyfriends and live freely. And don't be constantly looked by the big brother to tell them what to do and not to do or not to do. So that is that they share with the entire Iranian society as a whole. Although the older generations, that's a big puzzle. What you would see that the older generation don't, so far at least, don't take part as extensively as one might imagine. And this is variety of reasons. Perhaps we can get to that later on, if you like. But as far as this younger generation, they don't care. They don't listen even as much to their parents as the older generations. So one might say even the nature of the relationship between the parents and the youth has changed. It's not the concept of again a patriarchy that a father or even a mother would tell the daughter or son what to do. Because basically they have to negotiate.
It's fundamentally a rejection of the power of authority. Parents, government,
Yes.
it's that every person can decide their own fate, and there's no lessening of value of the wisdom of old age and old institutions.
Precisely that's what it is. And they are surprisingly aware that where they are as a generation. So it's a sense of a pride. We are different from the older generation.
Yeah.
From your parents who compromised and lived with the restrictions that the Islamic regime put on you. Your the grandparents was the generation that actually evolved in the revolution of 79. The parents, which was the middle generation, and these are the third generation after the revolution of 1979. And therefore they differentiate themselves in terms of their identity from the older generation. So that's the life part of it. And one can go more and more. They want to access. And they see on social media what happens in the rest of the world. They're well aware. They're much better digitally skilled than my generation, for instance. And they know about all the personalities. They know about all the celebrities. They know about all the trends that goes on outside Iran. So that's a second part of this message. And then, of course, the third part is the word azadi, meaning freedom or liberty, which is this long standing demand of the Iranians, I would say, for the whole century, ever since the constitutional revolution of 1906. Iran has witnessed this problem of authorities that usually emerged at the end of a revolution to basically impose its own image on the population, on the youth, and create authoritarian regimes, of which, over the course of time, I would say that the Islamic Republic is the worst, in the sense that its intrusion is not only in the political sense, for instance, banning the freedom of speech, meddling with the elections, banning political parties, all sorts of that things which are the political or civil freedoms, but it's intrusion into the personal life of the individual, which is the worst kind in a sense, as you would see that there is always an authority that basically dominates the life, or monitors it. So, and they do it in a kind of a very consistent fashion, which makes this idea of freedom so important as part of the message of this new movement. You would see that in today's Iran, there are no independent political parties. There is very little, probably, freedom of the press. I wouldn't say that it's entirely gone, but it's fairly limited. There's enormous amount of propaganda machine which dominates the entire radio and TV system in Iran. It's completely in the hands of the government. And of course, you would see this variety of other tools for trying to indoctrinate Iranian population across the board. So that's another sign of this kind of a sense of being totally left out. You're not belonging to what's going on in terms of power, empowerment, and disempowerment. That's the situation as far as the idea of freedom is concerned. And this free, somewhat miraculously, and perhaps unintentionally, and the three parts of this message uh, complement each other. Because perhaps for the first time we see that women are in the forefront of a movement. I hesitate to say revolution because I'm not particularly happy with revolution. Revolutions worldwide in Iran have always been so miserable in terms of their outcome that we have to be careful not to use the word revolutionary yet. So that's where it stands now. And the regime was thinking that, well, these are kids, they're going to go away. And then, of course, they're completely conspiratorial in their thinking. They constantly think that these are all the instigations and provocations of foreign powers. These are the great Satan, United States, this is Israel, or these are the actually the supreme leader said in so many words. His only response so far that he had in the past 6 weeks with regard to these demonstrations is that these are the children of the Savak being the security forces of the Shahstan. That's 43 years later, he claims that the children, 16, 17 years, 20 years old, kids in the street are the grandchildren or children of some imaginary survival of the Shah security force.
So there's the idea is that these protests are internal and external saboteurs. So people trying to sabotage the government.
Yes,
and
they are misled.
Misled.
As far as they can go.
And then there's the great Satan, the United States, and other places are controlling, sort of either controlling the narrative, feeding propaganda, or literally sending people to.
I don't think they have. I don't think even they have that kind of imagination, precisely to say what you have said.
Yeah.
That they would say that they're controlling the narrative. They basically say, no, these are agents of the foreign powers. And their families are all sold out, and they are basically lost their loyalties to the great Islamic Republic, and therefore they can be treated so brutally, they can be suppressed so brutally. Which I haven't actually said what they are doing, because I thought perhaps first we could talk about who these kids are in the street before we move on about the response of the government. But one major factor which seems to add to the anxiety of, well, the regime is extremely anxious now because they are in a position, this shows that they don't have the lack of confidence, that they would see them reacting in a very forceful way, because basically they don't seem to have that kind of a confidence to allow this this message or movement to be aired. But the one element which corresponds to that is that there is a expatriate population of Iranians worldwide. There are probably now, according to some estimates, close to 4 million, even more, Iranians abroad, and they're all over the world, from Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Western Europe, Turkey, and United States, and Canada. So, just to give you one example, last Saturday, there was a mass demonstrations in Berlin by the Iranians from Germany and all over Europe, Western Europe. And it was at least, I think probably the conservative estimate was about 100,000. So 100,000 Iranians showed up in Berlin demonstrating against the treatment of the women in Iran or the movement in Iran. The government thinks obviously this must have been some instigation by foreign powers, and they want to destroy the Islamic Republic. And not only that, but their propaganda is kind of ridiculous, because I listened actually to how they portrayed it in the newspapers. I listened to the Iranian news, that is officially controlled, government controlled news, and in the papers, much of the papers that are in control of the government. One of the, or actually the major news program portrayed the demonstrations that 10,000 people showed up in Berlin and protested against the rising prices, rising rates for gas and oil in Germany.
Yes.
So that's how they mislead in a very rather stupid fashion, because probably 95%, if not 100% of the Iranians are listening to Persian-speaking media outside Iran. So it's the BBC Persian, there is Iran International, at least 5 or 6 of them.
That's probably really important to highlight that Iran is a very modern and tech-savvy nation. Not
Very
just the
much
young
so.
people.
Probably more than I feel them when I compare myself to what they are doing.
Yeah.
It is 1979, the earlier years, for a decade or two, they tried in a very crude fashion to restrict access to media outside Iran, because it's all through dishes, okay? And satellite dishes are everywhere. You know, if you look at the, buildings, even small houses, small towns and villages in Iran, there's always a dish, and they watch all kinds of things through this. And particularly because of what's happening now, they listen to all the news broadcasts from all this media, and they're extremely active. There are probably some of them even 24 hours or close to very extensive coverage of every clip that comes through. So what the government is doing now, the Islamic Republic, is that they restrict the entire internet.
They shut down the internet.
They shut down the internet, but they cannot afford shutting the internet, because much of the business, much of the everyday life, much of the government affairs depends on the internet, like everywhere else. And in Iran is extremely, if I hear from many of the colleagues and friends, it's like, in certain respects, it's like Sweden. Where you go there, there's no more currency, for a very good reason, because there's so much inflation that the banknotes are worthless. So everything is through, flipping your card. And that entire system is in standstill, because people cannot buy food. You go to the supermarket, that's how you would do it. You order food to come to your house, which Iranians do, at least the middle class, the more prosperous middle class is doing all the time. So they deliver everything. And because of the COVID, it became even more. And they have to pay all through this system. So what happens is that now they're estimating that every day $50 billion the Iranian government or the Iranian economy is losing because of slowing the internet.
Plus, the frustration is growing because you can't order food.
Among other things,
Right.
I mean, they are in touch with, WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Every Iranian, virtually every Iranian, that has education, and education in the sense that has gone through the high schools and universities, knows how to use the WhatsApp.
So there's the big middle class, like you said, secular middle
Yes.
class in Iran, and there's a lot of this capacity for, if not revolution, then political, ideological turmoil.
And a huge amount of hate.
So the hatred is growing.
Yes, hatred of the policies, of the regime, of isolation. That's a huge point that we hear a great deal about. We don't want to be isolated. We don't want to be humiliated. Iran is not about this miserable regime that is ruling over us. We have a great culture. So there's this sense of pride in their own culture, some of it, Islamic, some of it pre-Islamic. So there's a huge a sense of a pride in that. And they see that they cannot communicate with the outside world. They want to travel abroad, which they do. I mean, for one thing, the Iranian regime never actually, for majority of the population, never puts restrictions. It's not like the Soviet Union where you have to have you used to have a permission to move from one place to another. And then, of course, the Islamic regime since 1979 basically chased away or destroyed the old middle class. It was my generation, basically, or my parents' generation. These are the secular middle class of the Pahlavi era, in the hope that they can do this social engineering and create this Islamic society of their own. The bad news for them was that didn't happen, and that memory persisted, and the middle class that was created since past 40 years is much larger in size than what it was, because there was, of course, the demographic revolution. That's a very foundation of it, is the demographic revolution. Population in Iran, I've written an article about it. Population in Iran since the turn of the century, last century, the 20th century, population of Iran was about 9 million or so. It's now 83 million. And that is, since 1979, the population was 35 million. Between the past 40 years, it basically doubled. So it's 83 million. Although, one of the great successes, I don't want to bore you with the details about the demography, but it's important.
Demographics is not boring.
You can see that the birth rate was very high. Otherwise, you wouldn't have doubled your population either for decades. But Iranians, because of the urban shift to an urban population, because of the growth of the middle class, because of the education, they basically, the pattern of the of growth, population growth changed. Iran used to be 2.8 or 3% birth rate in around 1980s, I would say 1970s, 1980s. Now it is 1.1, and it's probably the most successful country in the Middle East in terms of the population control, despite the government a consistent attempt to try to encourage people to have more kids. Middle class refuses to do that. And this is middle class not only anymore in the capital, but this is in smaller towns and cities, places that used to be villages. Now you look at them, they have a decent population, 50,000, 100,000, and they live an urban life, and they don't want to be subjected to that old pattern of the agrarian society when you had 10 children or 8 children. And of course, it's a much more advanced in terms of health and medicine. So you don't lose children as they used to. The antibiotics are always of kids to survive. And therefore, if you have 10 kids, you stick with 10 kids. You don't end up with 4 as it used to be in the past. The 6 of them would have died, up to the age of 5. But now, because of that, you see that this urban population in the cities have completely different demands. And of course, the education is important. That's another area of how the social engineering of the Islamic Republic went away, because they were thinking that, the growth of the population, the growth of the educated, higher educated middle class is their benefit. But they could not even control it. Now, Iran, in my time, probably have in the 1970s, probably by the time of the revolution, had 10, 12 universities. Now it has 56 universities all across the country. And there is something referred to as the Free University, Azad, which has campuses all over the country. It has 320 campuses all around here. What does that mean? In many respects, this youth that were brought up in these families, even in the small towns, in very traditional families, in families that belong to that kind of a more religious, loyal to the clergy or to the clerical class, their children can now move on, particularly women. Because in my times, it would have been unheard of that you would have a young woman of 18 or 17, 18, 19 from a traditional city such as, for instance, Yazd or in southeastern Iran, to move on elsewhere for education, as you do in this country. Okay. Now, it's completely accepted that a woman wears hijab because she's forced to wear hijab to go to a university completely on the other side of the country. And this movement of the population, not only because of the universities, but in general, if you now visit Iran, you hear accents, local accents, provincial accents, all over the country. That is a Azerbaijani Turkish accent from the northwest of the country. You can hear it in the Fars province of the south, and vice versa. So, and Kurdish, for instance, or even more marginal regions such as Sistan province in the southeast of Iran, which has been the subject of this recent massacre when they actually attacked the population and demonstrated and killed a fair number, at least 60 people. So this movement of the population, this creation of a larger middle class, better educated middle class, much better educated. Iran has 86% literacy, which I think probably, I haven't checked that, but probably is better than Turkey. Is probably better than anywhere else in the Middle East.
And it sounds like that's quickly increasing. So because of the movement, because of the growth in the education system, that's
precisely. Iran has 1 million school teachers, which may not seem as much if you're in the United States, but it's a fairly big number.
Can you linger on the massacre?
Well, the Sistan province is a Baluch ethnicity, of Baluch ethnicity. Baluch is a particular ethnic group in southern Iran, which is Sunni rather than Shia, majority.
And we should say that most of Iran is Shia, and that's a branch of Islam.
Shiism, yes.
Let's maybe just briefly linger Shiism and Sunni. Let's not get into it.
Yeah,
let's do a one sentence summary, and that maybe which is what most of Iran is.
Majority of the population of the Muslim world are Sunnis. These are mainstream, if you like to call it. Actually, Sunnah means that kind of mainstream.
Can you actually linger on the Sunni, Sunnah, Shia?
Shia means a party. Means those that belong to the party of Ali, which goes back to the early Islamic history of 7th century.
I'm almost lingering to the silly notion of pronunciation and stuff like that. So I means part, like what is the extra I at the end?
Yeah. Shi'i means belonging to the Shi'i community. Shia means a person. Okay, Shia.
Definitely.
If you say, are you a Shia? Yes, I'm a Shia.
Yeah. And Shi'i is the
community. And in English, when it was anglicized, it becomes Shiite. So if you say Shiite today, it's perfectly acceptable. And of course, I myself, in my writings, I always switch between one and the other. One of my books is always Shiite, the other book is always Shi'i. And that hasn't been settled. But the Shi'i population is the smallest compared to the Sunni population in the world.
In the world.
In the world.
But in Iran, it's not.
Iran and Iraq, and possibly Iran, Lebanon, are the three countries who fairly, Iraq and Lebanon have fairly majority Shia population, whereas Iran is large Shia population due to its history of conversion to Shiism. That by itself is another story. But in the sense that in the way that historically evolved, the center became more Shia, and the peripheries remain Sunni. So you have communities of the Baluch in the southeast. You have the Kurds. A large portion of the Kurds are Sunnis. They have Shias as well. And they have the indigenous religion of their own, it's called Al, which is the religion of indigenous people. There are Turkmens in the northeast of Iran, who are also Sunnis. There are other communities of Khorasan region in the peripheries of Afghanistan. They are also Sunnis. And you have some Arab population, Arab-speaking population in the Khuzestan province, in the southwest of Iran, which is also, or across the Persian Gulf.
Is there a lot of conflict between these regions? And also, like, if I blindfolded you and dropped you off in one of the regions, would you quickly recognize the region? Like by the food, by the music, by the accents, by so on?
Yeah, the answer to your lovely question, which I hope it would have happened to me, is that yes, you would see different cultures. Yeah, but different food, most important, different accents, or different language, because they have dialects. Roots is different language altogether. But, or so for that matter, Kurdish, which is closer to Persian, because they're all Indo-European language. But Turkish, Azeri Turkish, which is probably closer to the Turkish of Turkey, Republic of Turkey, or to the Republic of Azerbaijan in the north. They're the same, basically. Actually, if you would have looked, that's a fascinating picture. If you have looked at the, let's say, even 19th century, early 20th century linguistic map of Iran, you would have been amazed in the number of dialects, in the number of languages that have survived. It's an ancient country, it's an ancient land, and it's a lot of mountains all around it, or big deserts. So there's a sense of isolation. So you would say here and there you see a different community that speaks differently.
All ancient traditions and languages.
Yeah. And because of the great number of invasions that Iran witnessed over more than 2.5 millennia, of course, there are all kinds of cultures that were introduced into Iran. There are all ethnicities were introduced to Iran, mostly coming from the northeast of Iran, from the lowlands of Central Asia and beyond, and continued into Iran proper. But now, what has happened, that's my point that I wanted to make. The century of modernity or modernization has produced a national culture of great length, great strength. I would say. I ended my book, the book on Iran and modern history, basically saying that despite everything else that has created so much trouble for today's Iran, there is a sense of a cultural identity that is very strong. And I think I can say with some confidence that despite these regional identities that are still there and are great and they should be celebrated, today, if you go to Kurdistan or if you go to Sistan, they all can speak Persian. They all have an education in Persian. So they all basically are becoming part of, whether they like it, whether they like the regime in power or not. They have a sense of belonging to a culture and an identity to the center. And of course, the idea of a center versus periphery in Iran is very old. It goes back to ancient times, because even the name of the country was the guarded domains of Iran. This is the official name, Mamalik Mahdusi Iran. Namely, that it was recognized that this is not just one uh, entity, but it's a collection of entities.
Like the United States of America.
Exactly. But the United States of America, in a sense, we can say that it was a very successful, UNESCO is not successful,
To be continued.
that was basically invented, created, that you would have this sense of it. In the case of an old nation, which has been on the map of the world for 3,000 years, 2,500 years, this is not an exaggeration. I'm not a nationalist per se, but I mean, if you look Persia on the map of the world in ancient times, it is still there as it is today. Very few countries in the world are like that. That they would have that kind of continuity over a course of time. And that's not without a reason, because there was this sense of a center versus periphery that had found there's a huge amount of tension, but there is also a sense of belonging to something. And state is very much at the center. I mean, that's why the concept of a state matters for the creation, for the shaping of this culture. What happened is, therefore, you can see that today in answer to your point about traveling blindfolded, is that you would be surprised to see how much people share. And in terms of, I just give you one anecdote. In 1968, I traveled to Azerbaijan. I used to travel and actually propaganda.
Not blindfolded. Mostly.
Well, yeah,
Sometimes.
that's right. So I went to a bazaar in the city of Khoi, which is in the northwestern Iran, on the border with what is today the Republic of Turkey. And I went to the bazaar and I was interested in the kind of leather work that they produce. So I tried to buy some stuff, and I was surprised to see that how few people knew Persian. So they could not communicate in Persian with you. Either they have to ask somebody from some other store to come and translate for you. This is 1968.
So even though it's the official language
Was Persian.
of the country, they still,
Yeah,
so what do they teach in school? So it doesn't
it
matter.
was Persian. But this guy
Doesn't
that
go to
was,
school.
hasn't been to the school, or he was not fully exposed to it. And bazaars usually are very conservative places. So it stuck in my mind. Now, recently, 2004, I was traveling to the same area, not to the same city, but to the same area. And I was amazed to see how the youth, as soon as they would know that you're coming from somewhere else, opening conversation, talking about the latest movies that was produced in the West. And it's not only Hollywood. Of course, there's a huge amount of fascination with Hollywood and Western cinema. Cinema is a major thing. Filmmaking is a major thing. So these kids in the city of Ahad were asking me, we're having lunch. They're asking me, okay, then, what do you think about this producer, not producer, this director or that actor?
America.
American, European as well, but both there.
Were they speaking Persian?
There's a complete person that I would converse with.
Do they speak English too?
Yes, actually, you would be surprised to see what percentage of the Iranian youth, at least in this city, are fascinated with learning language. And for a reason, because they think that's the way to get access either on social media or eventually leave Iran, unfortunately. And because they don't see a future for themselves in the country, like either you have to be part of this regime, or if you hate them and you don't like the way of their life, you look up outside. I was having drivers to drive me around the country, the cities around there. And the drivers are young, extremely well educated, well dressed, we would have looked at him, we could have found him in any street, in any country in the rest of the world. And his major concern, knowing that I'm from outside, major concern is, well, tell me which would be a better place for me to go. So, what's wrong with the place that you're in? You are in your own country, you speak your own language. Don't worry. I have to have a better future. You said, no future.
Well, it's really interesting because the thing I feel about the protests right now is there's a large number of people that instead of giving into cynicism about, this government is no good, they're actually getting this energy, this desire for revolution in the sort of non-violence, in the democratic sense of that. Let's actually find ideas. Let's build a great nation. This is a great nation. This is my nation, and build something great.
Well,
That's my hope. That's
well,
the outside.
yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I share your aspiration, but I'm fearing that I hope it's not a wishful thing. Certainly that's what they want. Certainly that's what they want to create. But a historian always tells you from where they start to where they finish, there is going to be a huge kind of a change. And in this particular case, I wouldn't be. I would very much hope that it's not going to be a revolution like the 1979 Islamic Revolution. And I have my hopes in that. For one thing, this is a revolution that doesn't have a leader. Okay? And it seems that they're comfortable with it. At least so far, because we are the 6th week of this movement. And I hope it's not going to be actually a revolution as they're going to like before. I hope it's going to be more of a sense of trying to come to some compromise and gradually move toward change rather than collapse of this regime and replacement with what?
So the anxiety of the regime, we hope, will turn into a kind of realization that you have to modernize, you have to make progress, you actually have to make certain compromises, or constitutional changes, all those kind of stuff. So the basic process of government and lawmaking.
The problem is that they say we have it all, you know? We have our parliament, we have our constitution, we have our elections, which is all been, of course, fake. But they claim they have all of that. But the problem for them is that they try to superimpose a certain ideology, like all other ideological autocracies or autarchies, as in this case, that tend to dominate all these institution buildings that they have. They constantly claim we have this, we have that. And of course, there's a generational thing. The upper echelon of this regime are mostly older people, urban, they're crazy, that are afraid of the fact that they may lose their control over the whole system. Like this is sophisticated, huge system of government. And they rely on certain tools of control, which is the Revolutionary Guard and other institutions that are loyal to the state. And they spend enormous amount of funds that is available to them, at least before the sanctions. But even during the sanctions, they still have enough funds to do so. And in order to remain in power, and they're extremely ruthless with that. This is not a nice Islamic fatherly regime. This is a regime that I would see easily in it. Clear signs of fascism, clear signs of the state control and pay any price to stay in power.
So even violence,
Extreme violence.
to return to the massacre.
What were the uses of violence to suppress protests?
But yes, it was actually quite remarkable to see that from the first or the second day of the protest, you see out in the streets this riot police, which comes out in large numbers, fully geared up. Their appearance are rather terrifying, like any other riot police, probably more than any other riot police. They are violent, and they stand in the streets when the students are demonstrating, even in smaller number. Because before I go to that, I should point this out to you as well, that these demonstrations are not large ones in one place. You don't see 100,000 people in one place, but you see in every neighborhood, a couple of thousand of kids are demonstrating
All over Iran,
all over Iran.
now all over the world, in different
Yes,
parts.
yes. Actually, during the demonstrations 3 weeks ago, they, as I said, they had people in Sydney, Australia, New Zealand, Tokyo, all over the world.
All protesting high gas prices. It's funny. Everywhere.
Everywhere. To the extent that they could be ignored,
Yeah.
nothing. But if they could not be ignored, and it's actually quite remarkable that this is very embarrassing to them. But somehow they think that this propaganda machine of them is working.
So you think they don't have a good even sense. I mean, so there's an incompetence within the propaganda machine.
Yes, it is. There's an incompetence across the board. I mean, despite all of this massive government administration, or whatever you would call it, all these various components of it, there is a sense of inefficiency and incompetence that is associated with in every action that you see, even in their suppression of this street movement. But in answer to that question, you would see that this riot very it's quite obvious that they were trained for the purpose. So their appearance, everything. These are not just regular army forces or soldiers, conscripts. They are professional forces, and they come not only on foot in number, but they come on motorbikes. So there are, you would see in any of these demonstrations, 10, 12, 15, 20 motorbikes with two passengers, one in front riding, the one in the back, fully equipped with a baton, with paint guns, with pellet guns, and with bullets. So they are very fully equipped, and they're terrifying. They go through the demonstrations and hit and beat people. And then the arrest. And then you see behind the first line of these riot police, you would see all these latest models of these special armored trucks for moving to the demonstrations and arresting people, throwing them into this. And then behind that, water cannons. You see, and I was looking at that and saying, okay, this is Tehran, probably they have this. But then you look at the smaller cities, they still have the same thing. So all over the country, one thing that they have managed to produce extensively, irrespective of the fact that whether they are effective or not, but you see them everywhere. So it just shows that how afraid this regime is.
But that also shows that there's an infrastructure that can implement violence at scale.
Yes, very much so. And it's probably part and parcel of this regime from day one. The number of prisons that they have, according to perhaps an exaggerated version, they said that about 12,000 or so arrested that are in jail today, since past 6 weeks. They were 230 or 40 people were killed, including children, under 18. They beat up women in the street, which is extremely actually disturbing when you see these things. Of
So there's a lot of this is on video too, right?
everything is on video. Everybody has a camera, and everybody sent to major news outlets outside Iran. And they immediately showed every night, if you look at BBC Persia or Iran International, a few, I think it's 6 of them actually, all over there. In England, there are Deutsche Welle in Germany, which has a particular interest in the Iranian. BBC World Service and so forth in London, and Voice of America Persia here in this country. There is another one, Radio Fado, which is also funded by the American government. Also fully covers all of these events. So there is no way that these people can, that Iran can miss what's going on in the street of this demonstration and the themes of beating up women, which in Iranian culture, as I presume in most cultures in the world, there is a certain sanctity that you don't attack women. But they do. And this is an Islamic regime that supposedly have to have a certain sense of concern and
Like
protection.
a protection, like a deep respect for women, grounded in a tradition of protecting them, but instead this kind of idea that was instilled in law has turned into deep disrespect of women.
Exactly. Or fear that these women are not any longer the girls that we thought we are bringing up in this society.
The source of you losing your power would be these women. That's
Yes.
the fear.
Yeah. And you see, of course, this government do have a support base. I mean, it would be totally wrong to think that the Islamic Republic has not created its own power base. It does. But it's probably, if there is no way, there are no statistics that you can, well, I'm not aware of any statistics that I can give you in numbers, what's the percentage of support for the regime in Iran. But quite frankly, I don't think it's more than probably 10% of the population.
I would be surprised if it's that low. I would say, so is my understanding, because I've been very deeply paying attention to the war in Ukraine, to Russia, and to support in Russia for Putin. I think, without knowing the details, without even considering the effects of propaganda and stuff like that, is there's probably a large number of people in Iran that don't see this as a battle of human rights, but see it as a battle of conservatism, like tradition versus modernization, and they value tradition. That what they fear from the throwing away of the hijab is not the loss of power and like the when you're getting human rights. What they fear is the same stuff you fear when you're sitting on a porch and saying kids these days have no respect. Basically, that there's a large number of Iranians that probably value traditions and the beauty of the culture, and like they fear that kids with their internet and their videos and their revolution will throw away everything that made this country hold together for millennia, right?
Yes, I know. I would agree with you in the sense that probably like everywhere else in the world, this is the generation, I think. Every generation thinks differently about the younger generation, no doubt. And in Iran is the same. But there is another factor here is involved. Those that we consider them as traditional no longer seem to have their loyalty to this regime. That's meaning that they consider as a brutal regime that is prepared to kill children in the street and does a lot of things wrong. Of course, it tries to take care of its own power base. There's a very strong sense of, if we start here, there's a very strong sense in this regime that there are people that is there and there are others which are not there. There's a word for it even in Turkish. They call it Odi, one of us. Okay?
So it's well, that's very fascistic.
Yes, yes. Or for that matter, I suppose Soviet Union, if you were a member of the party, and like, your children would have received a special kind of treatment yourself as well. This sense of us versus them, uh, for a while would, because the younger people coming from the countryside to the cities, certain sector of them would have found protection and support from the government. They wanted to belong to something, and the mosques and the morning associations in the neighborhoods and so forth would have given them. There is actually a term for it called CG. Those have been recruited by the state, and this is the youth kind of vigilante, if you like, that you can see the most in this demonstration. Um, Sometimes thugs, they call the civil club. So the people that comes to these demonstrations that start picking up these young people, and they are not in security police uniform. They are just regular clothes. And these people, yes, they still support and they still benefit. If they get jobs, they get privileges, and these are very important for a state that basically monopolizes most of the resources. You see, even during the sanctions, for the sanctions, the oil revenue of Iran, which is the major source of the state government, was the monopoly of the state. It was monopoly of the state during the Pahlavi era from this stuff. So what does that mean? That means that the regime in power is no longer particularly accountable to the majority population because it extracts wealth from underground and it uses it for its own purposes in order to make it more powerful, in order to make it more repressive. That's what it is the regime today. So it feeds a small, or I wouldn't say, but a fair number of its own supporters. I mean, the Revolutionary Guard in Iran is probably about 350,000 or something like that. It's a very big force. And this is not a regular army. The Revolutionary Guard are independent from the army.
Revolutionary Guard is armed forces controlled by the state.
Yes, the same as the army. But these are more ideologically tied up with this thing.
And they're also internal facing. What's their purpose? What's the stated purpose of the revolution?
Well, from day one, when the revolution succeeded, the regime in power, the Islamic regime in power, was vulnerable to all kinds of forces of opposition within Iran. So,
During the revolution.
yeah, that's the Revolutionary Guard. Their job was to try to make sure that the regime stays in power. And of course, over the course of 40 years, they became more powerful, more organized, better funded, better trained. Well, at least we think they're better trained, but we don't know because the level of incompetence perhaps can be seen through the rank and file as well. But they developed their own military industry. I mean, those drones that you see now, Putin's regime are throwing on Ukrainians, poor Ukrainians. Those are all built by the Revolutionary Guards, by the military industry under the control of the Revolutionary Guards. Unlike similar regimes in the Middle East, these are military industrial complexes. You can find them in Egypt, of course, which is very powerful, very traditional, has been in power and still is in power. You find them in Pakistan, which is extremely powerful. and they can change the prime ministers as they did in the case of the last one. You can find them probably in Myanmar, is the same phenomenon. And if you look around, you can find quite a number of. And the Revolutionary Guards is equivalent of this is a powerful um, uh, establishment force, which militarily is powerful, industrially is powerful, and since the start of the revolution, they have been given projects. So you want to get dams, which they did a major disaster, environmental disaster. They built 100 and something dams all across the country. This is the Revolutionary Guard who does it. So they have all kinds of tentacles all around the country controlling that.
And because it's their job and they have power and prestige, there's a huge incentive to
Join them.
to join them and to stay. So like they, when they're having dinner at home with their families, there's not an incentive to join the protests, sort of.
Well, that is the point. I think, and revolutionary guys may be extreme, but many of the people who depend on this state for their support, now the younger generation are telling their parents, you are wrong. You don't provide for us. This society, this state does not provide what we want. So there is a dissent within the family, it seems to me. I hope it's not a wishful thinking. There is a kind of a joke going around. You see this turban guys, the clergy, bearded, the traditional clerical appearance. When you see them talking about women, they are very, of course, politically incorrect. They are very looking down towards women. As I said, they have to be inside, they have to be protected, they have not to be seen, and so forth. But if they have a young person, a young daughter in their family, you see that their discourse changes. They no longer seem to be referring to women as second class. Yeah. So that's very important. That's precisely that point, that when you have this younger generation, no matter how privileged they are, and many of them are privileged, and there is also the regime has created its own privileged class that are not necessarily directly paid by the regime, but they benefit from contractors, certain professions that benefit from what the state provides for them. And Iran is the past 40 years, you can see Iran has developed in terms of material culture remarkably. Iran has good communication, has roads all over the place. It's not like it's more like, I don't know whether you have ever visited Turkey, for instance. In certain respects, even more advanced than Turkey, but it's closer to that rather than if you travel. I don't want to be particularly in North Africa or parts of the Middle East or other parts of the Islamic world. It's much, much different. So in this respect, you would see a certain contrast or paradoxes here. On the certain respect, there's the growth, there is urbanization, there is modern economy. On the other hand, you see this superimposed ideological, doctrinal aspect that has driven the regime over all these years. And they cannot get rid of it. They cannot, in this respect, they cannot modernize themselves. They think that they are already perfect in ideological sense. This is the best solution for the world. Not only for Iran, but for the Muslim world and for the world as a whole. We are anti-imperialists. We have managed to survive either under sanctions. This is all part of the rhetoric. But of course, at the huge expense at a huge expense for their own population. And the point that you raised is the fact that we now witness there is not only a generation gap between the youth and their parents, but there is a, a break, in a sense, from the older generation. And they are very distinctly youth that has a different view of the world. Uh, and it does not want to compromise. Whether they would be able to succeed or not remains to be seen. Whether this regime is going to suppress it, maybe. But it actually brought to surface many of aspects of the weaknesses of this regime.
Well, I hear from a lot of people that are in these protests now, and so my love goes to them and stay strong because it's inspiring to see people fighting for those things, the women, life, and freedom, especially freedom, because that can only lead to a good thing in the long term, at least, and if possible, to avoid a violent revolution. Of course, that is something that we all want to see. Before we return to the present, let's jump around. Let's go to the past. We mentioned 1979. What happened in 1979?
Well, in 1979, there was a revolution that eventually came to be known as the Islamic Revolution. And even up to this day, many of the observers or those who have strong views would not like to refer to it as the Islamic Revolution or even a revolution. So because the nature of it in the earlier stages of it started probably around 1977, it took 2 years, was much more all-embracing. It was not Islamic in particular fashion or at all. It started with a kind of a very liberal Democrat uh, agenda, which required, which demanded, mostly by people who were the veterans of the older generations of Iranian liberal nationalists that were left out in the Pahlavi period, the period of the Shah, became increasingly authoritarian, increasingly suppressive, and therefore basically leaving no space, or no political space, open for any kind of a give and take, any kind of a conversation or participation.
That was in the 70s.
70s, particularly in the 70s.
Can we actually even like just do a whirlwind review from 1906 to 1979?
Okay, sure. In 1906, there was a period, actually, as you might know, the first decade or so of the 20th century witnessed numerous what referred to as constitutional revolutions, including Russia in 1905, the first revolution, including the Chinese Revolution in 19, Constitutional Revolution in 1910, the Young Turks Revolution in 1908, the Iranian Revolution in 1906.
Do you understand why the synchronicity of all of it? Why in so many different places, very different cultures, very different cultures.
Very different cultures, but all of them, in a sense, were coming out of regimes that became progressively powerful without having any kind of a legal system that would protect the individual vis-a-vis the state. So the idea of law and the constitution according to which there should be a certain protection, a certain civil society, became very common.
Yeah, but I wonder where that, because that's been that way for a very, very long time. And so I wonder, it's funny, certain ideas, just their time comes.
Exactly, it's like 1848, where you would see that there's a whole range of revolutions across Europe.
Yeah.
Or you would see, for instance, the Arab Spring, all these revolutions in the Arab world, which unfortunately nearly all of them failed. So yes, these are very contagious ideas that moves across frontiers from one culture to another. And I presume we can add to that there are two elements which one can say was a greater communication, there is a greater sense of a world economy. And turn of the century witnessed, the first decade of the century, witnessed a period of volatility, particularly in currency. So many of the countries of the world, particularly non-West, suffered and particularly the businesses suffer. And not surprisingly, the business class were in the forefront of many of these constitutional movements, requiring the state to give the kind of a creative the right kind of institutions to listen to their voices, to their concerns, and the creation of a democratic system, parliamentary and system with which there would be a representation, popular representation, proper elections, and so forth, and constitution. And this very much is a kind of a French idea of the constitution going back all the way past to 1789, which Montesquieu, all these kind of philosophes were greatly appreciated, particularly the French.
So what were the ideas in the 1906 Iranian constitution?
They precisely the same. They were demanding a creation of a legal system with division of power between the three executive, legislative, and the judiciary, not unlike the American system. And they requested basically a certain public space to be created between the two sources of power. The state, which had this kind of control over the, if you like, the secular aspect of life in the society, and the religious establishment that had a full control over the religious aspects. And both of them, from the perspective of the constitution, is considered as repressive. And therefore, there has to be a new space open between these two. And that was the idea of the constitutional revolution. But by its very nature, it was an idea of modernity. They wanted a modern society. They wanted a better material life. They wanted a more representation of and so forth. The constitutional revolution, as I always would say, is much more of an innocent revolution. It's a revolution that does not particularly have much violence in it, contrary to many other revolutions. It did not have a centralized leadership per se. That's why actually I'm getting, and besides this practices, I'm getting a lot of requests for interviews to compare what's happening now with the revolution of 1906, 1909.
Are there any echoes?
Yes, there are. Because that was a movement that started without a centralized leadership, but actually various voices that emerged in various among the merchants or the businessmen, the economic community, among the representatives who came to the first parliament, the press, the new generation of the privileged aristocracy who were educated and believed in the constitutional values. All of these voices emerged at the same time. And somehow they managed to coexist in the first and the second parliaments that were created between 1906 and 1910 or 1911. But they all faced huge problems in the sense that Iran was in a dire economic situation. This is before the days of the discovery of oil, which actually coincides with this. There are two important coincidences. One is that the oil was discovered in the south in 1909 during the course of the Constitutional Revolution. Second is that in 1907, the two great powers of the time, the Russian Empire and the British Empire, who always honored Iran as being the buffer state between them, because they didn't want to get too close to one another, basically came to an agreement facing the fear of the rise of the German Empire. So this is the period of Entente, as you might know in European history, whereby the French, the British, and the Russians all create an alliance that ultimately leads to the First World War against Germany.
And at the same time, the discovery of oil, the oil industry being a very powerful defining factor of the 20th century for Iran.
Exactly.
Source of a lot of money.
Lot of money, but not all of it in the hands of the Iranians. Only 1/5 of it, by way of royalties, came to Iran. Much of it went to the Anglo-Persian oil company, which they actually discovered the oil in the province, Khuzestan province in the southwest of Iran, where the major oil industry is today right now. And this is an extremely profitable enterprise for that company and for the British government, actually purchased by the British government. Churchill purchased Anglo-Iranian oil company for the British government. So it was not anymore a private company. It was a British interest, as a matter of fact. And in the course of the 20th century, although it helped the modernization in Iran, but it also helped the creation of a more authoritarian, more strong state, if you like to call it. That 19th century Iran never had that kind of power, never had that kind of resources. In the 20th century, even that 1/5 of the income that reached the Iranian state gave it a greater power.
That's another coincidence. So yes, you could say that oil was one of the catalysts for absolute power. But the 20th century saw quite a few countries have dictators with power unlike anything else in human history.
Yes,
That's weird too.
precisely. And we can name them from the beginning of the century with people like, I don't know, Lenin, Stalin, of course, Hitler, even Mao, of course. You can name them, and probably, as I would say, it's the last of Finnish Khomeini in that sense. That you would see this strong man with a sense of either a artificial or real, or a sense of a so-called charisma, and with this total power over the regime that they create. Some of them, Nasser didn't have much of an oil resource in Egypt, but he was also one of these strong men, okay, in the 20th century, loved by some, hated by others. So it necessarily does not tie up to resources, economic resources on the ground. But in the Iranian case, unfortunately, it did, and it was it created more than one issue for Iran. It created a strong state, which is the Pahlavi state, from 1921 on. Because in 1921, at the end of the First World War, Iran was in almost a state of total bankruptcy. And the British had a desire to try to bring Iran to the system that they created in the post-war era, the mandate system. Palestine, Iraq, and then, of course, French mandate of Lebanon and Syria, all of this. And Iran was separate because Iran was an independent country. It wasn't part of the Ottoman Empire that collapsed. So they had to somehow handle it. And what they tried to do didn't work. As a result, partly domestic, partly international issues, wrote about a regime which is headed by the founder of the Pahlavi dynasty, Reza Shah. Okay, first a military officer called Reza Khan, actually a military officer of the Cossack forces. And the Cossack forces was the force that was created in the 19th century in battle of the Russian Cossacks, when the ruler in the 19th century visited Russia as a royal tour, and the Tsar showed the great Cossack forces. He said, I like this. and he created one for himself with Russian officers. Actually. So the Russian officers served in Iran from around 1880s up to the revolution of 1970, the collapse of the Tsarist regime.
So many revolutions.
So many revolutions. And Reza Shah was an officer in that, Reza Khan was an officer in that group. And he created a new monarchy for reasons that we didn't have to go through. And it's called the Pahlavi regime. Pahlavi regime was a modernizing regime, okay, that brought that in effect fulfilled many of the ambitions of the constitution, many of the aspirations of the constitutional revolution. Better communication, secular education, centralized state, centralized army, better contact with the outside world, greater urbanization. That's what the modern state is all about. And in that regard, in a sense, for the first 20 years up to the Second World War, was successful. Despite, and more significant of all, it managed to keep the European powers, which is always interfering with the local affairs of Iran, in an army. So they were there in an arm length, but they were also respecting the power of the state, power of the Pahlavi state. During the Second World War, the same phenomenon as earlier interference led to the occupation of Iran by the Allied forces. The British from the south, the Russians from the north, the Red Army. They took over Iran, and of course they stayed during World War. Yes, from 1941 up to 1945, and of course when the Red Army refused to withdraw from Iranian Azerbaijan, and with some thought of possible annexation of that province, there was a big issue in the post-war Iran.
So after 1945,
yes, 1945 to 1946, there was a big
Soviet Union getting greedy.
yes, but eventually they agreed. Eventually Stalin agreed to give the Azerbaijan province in the hope that it would get some concessions from Iran, which the oil of the Caspian area, which didn't work, and it's a different story altogether. But what happened is that in the post-war era, between 1944, 45, and 1953 is a period of greater democratization, because that Reza Shah's dictatorship basically disappeared. And this is where you see political parties, free press, a lot of chaotic behavior, as democracies often are.
So something like, was it officially a democracy?
Yes, it was a democracy.
Was there elections?
There were elections, yes, of course, and there were very diverse political tendencies came to the picture, including the Tudeh Party of Iran, which is the Communist Party of Iran. This Communist Party of Iran is probably the biggest communist party of the whole of the Middle East, and one of the biggest in the world actually at that time.
Did the Soviet Union have a significant influence on that?
Of course, they were basically following orders from the Soviets, although they deny it, but in reality that's the case. But what happened, they were seen by the Americans during the Cold War as a threat, and Iran was going through a period of demanding nationalization of its oil resources. That's a very important episode with Mossadegh, whom you might have heard about his name. Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh was the prime minister and the national charismatic leader from 1951 to 1953. Prior to that, he was a famous parliamentarian. But this period, he was the prime minister of Iran. And he nationalized the Iranian oil industry, and the British didn't like it at all. And eventually resulted in a famous coup, which at least partly was supported by the funding and by the moral support of the British and the Americans, particularly by the Americans. It was always seen as one of the earliest and the most successful CIA operations during the Cold War.
So CIA had something to do with it?
Yes, of course, that's one of the earliest operations of the CIA.
Wait a minute. What was? Yes, of course. What was the CIA? What was the CIA doing
CIA, this is the time at the post-war era,
in the 50s?
in the 50s, 40s, and 50s. The British Empire, which was really the major superpower of the region after the collapse of the Tsarist Empire, gradually took the second seat to the Americans, who were the newcomers and the great powers, the victors of the Second World War. And the Americans viewed Iran as an important country, since it has the largest common borders with the Soviet Union, and it was in the south was the Persian Gulf, which at the time was the greatest supplier of oil to the outside world, and therefore the Americans had a particular interest in Iran. And in the earlier stages, their interest was in the interest of the Iranian government. They wanted to get rid of both the Soviet Union, which made a return in the post-war era, and of course the British that were gradually withdrawing from Iran. But they had a full control over the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. They changed the name to Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. When the name of the country officially changed from Persia to Iran, in the West, the name of the company changed. And they got into a huge dispute with the Mossadegh government that eventually led to the coup of 1953, which eventually created a very distressful memory in the minds of many of the Iranian nationalists, that this was the betrayal of the great powers, the British and the Americans. Yes, CIA played a part, because CIA.
How are you? Come up. How you doing? We're just watching.
Yeah, contrary to the British that they were afraid of their own oil in Iran, the CIA was afraid of the Soviet penetration in the south, and particularly because there was a very powerful communist party, the Tudeh Party of Iran. So they gradually shifted between the Truman administration and Eisenhower administration. These are early days of the CIA. And then they actually did participate to set their agents. There's a long story to that. And it eventually resulted in a successful coup that removed Mossadegh from power.
What's the United States interest here? Why are they using CIA? Are they trying to make sure there's not too much centralization of power in this region?
They were afraid of the fact that of the Soviet Union, and during the Cold War, that was their concern.
They actually almost want to protect Iran and its own sovereign processes from the influence of the Soviets.
Because they were afraid of the fact if Iran, well, this is part of it. I'm simplifying a very complex picture. But the Americans basically were thinking that if Iran is going to be lost through Soviet influence, then eventually basically all the oil resources in the Persian Gulf are going to be threatened. And this would basically is the national security of the United States and all of the Western allies, European allies. So in a sense, this was the long arm of the CIA to try to make sure that that's not going to happen. And then of course they were persuaded by the British. This is where they all had. It's where in Iran since the beginning of the 19th century, they always had relations with Iran. So they gradually replaced And of course, I don't want to give them this kind of a satanic view that American was a bad influence, because they had also some very good influences. But this particular episode somehow shed a dark light on the American presence and was used and abused time and again, particularly the Revolution in 1979. Which was this great Satan idea that communicated, basically was based on the fact that 1953, you were responsible for the downfall of a national government in Iran, which, as a matter of fact, he had no respect for. Khomeini had no respect for the national, secular, national liberals, including Muhammad Basajid. But he was using it as a rhetorical tool for his own purposes. But what happened is that after 1953, we see again the rise of authoritarian Muhammad Shah's power.
And then that's the Shah.
Just the Shah, that we know as Shah, is the son of the Shah.
And now, technically, what is Shah? Is it
The Shah is an old term, that comes from the pre-Islamic Persian of ancient times.
in the context of democracy? Should it be seen as like a supreme leader, king?
Is the head of the executive power, according to the Constitution of 1906.
Oh, that's in the Constitution. The actual
Of
term
course,
Shah.
he has a place in the Constitution.
But the actual term Shah. Okay, interesting.
But the Shah is a very old term.
Yeah, it's almost like a monarchic term, like
It is.
like a king.
Yeah, it is actually is a term peculiar to Iran. I've written about it. But because the term that Western world in the ancient time has been Rex for royalty and the king. In the Eastern world in India is Raj, it's the same origin, it's the same root. Iran never shared that. They had the idea of, because Rex and Raj, I don't want to get into too much of a etymology, but this is an interesting one. Rex and Raj both means the one that opens the road for basically enforcer of religion. Okay? Enforcer of the right religion. Because Rex and Raj both have the etymological origin of right. You see, and right means the right religion, basically.
By the way, there's so much beautiful language here. I'm just looking at the Persian Constitution of 1906, and it says it's the Constitution of the Sublime State of Persia. Qajar, Iran. I mean, just the extra adjectives on top of this stuff is beautiful. I mean,
Yeah, because that was actually the change that came about. I don't want to go too much into it, but it was called, as I pointed out before, the guarded domains of Iran.
yes.
They changed that to the sublime state of Iran during the Constitutional Revolution because they wanted to give a greater sense of centrality of the state.
Yeah.
And sublime was the term that used.
But also, what permeates all of this is a poetic. I mean, there is a history of poetry.
Of course, there is
to the culture.
there is
It's just fascinating. I mean, it's. I of course I don't speak the language, but even in Russian, there's also a music to the soul of the people that represents itself, that presents itself in the form of poetry and literature in a way that it doesn't in the English speaking world. I don't know what that is. There's
a romantic side.
romantic.
Yeah, I agree with you. In Iran, of course, there's a time of constitutional revolution, is a time of great poetry. This kind of a patriotic sentiment that comes through poetry plays a very important part. Of course, these days poetry has kind of declined, and instead you see the visual image that's at the center. That's why cinema is so important.
Kids these days with a TikTok.
Yeah, let me finish this about the period of Muhammad Shah. He built up because he received a greater income from the oil revenue, and he built up a very strong state with a strong security force, a strong security apparatus, which is the Savak, which is an acronym for the security force in security organization. And he, of course, unfortunately, in the 1960s and 70s, particularly 1970s, basically suppressed the voices of, or the possibility of any kind of a mass participation in the political process. It became very much an authoritarian regime because of technocrats, very much a modernist vision of, of Iran's future, and almost kind of messianic that he was hoping that Iran in a decade will become the fifth most powerful state in the world and reaches, as he would have said, the gates of the great civilization. Very much in the mind had this image of ancient Iran of the Achaemenid Empire. And we want to go back to that greatness of the Achaemenid Empire. Somewhat rather naive and very nationalistic in a crude fashion. And what happened is that as a result, there was built up some kind of a resistance from the intellectuals, from the left, eventually resulting in a kind of a protest movement, as I said, by 1977, 1978. Then, of course, the question that comes to mind that probably you would like to know about is the fact that why it becomes religious, why it becomes Islamic, if it's the popular, nationalist liberal tendency of opening up the political space and allowing greater participation, going back to the Constitution of 1906, 1907, why it's all of a sudden it becomes Khomeini, where does he come from? The reason for that, at least in a concise fashion, is the fact that one area that after the greater suppression of all the other voices remained open was religion. Mosques, the mullahs on the pulpit, and the message that gradually shifted from the old traditional message of the Sharia of Islam, all the rules and regulations of how one has to live, into something very political. And not only political, but also radical political. So, in the whole period from the Constitutional Revolution to the Revolution of 1979, basically the religious establishment gradually was pushed to the opposition. They were not originally very conservative supporters of state, as the Catholic Church, for instance, was supportive of majority of the authoritarian governments around the world. But the politicization was the result of isolation, because they were left out of the system. And while in isolation, they were not successful in trying to reform themselves, to try to find answers to many of the questions of modern times. What happens to women? What happens to civil rights? What happens to a civil society? How modern law and individual freedoms have to be defined in Islamic terms.
How to separate religion and state.
Or how to separate religion and state. These issues were never happened. What happened is that there was this bypass through political Islam and the revolutionary Islam, as it gradually became there. That this is the bypass to power, basically, to become again a voice in the society and eventually a prominent voice and eventually a monolithic voice in the society. That's the process that led into the revolution of 1979. Basically, this period, greater attention was paid to religion, even among the secular middle classes, who were alienated for a very long time because of this extensive modernization of the Pahlavi period. They didn't have a sense of that old mullahs with their turbans. But they had a kind of an aura in this period. Yes, they are those who remain not corrupted. they are the people who basically went against the suppression of the Pahlavi regime. And Khomeini became a leader, a symbol of it. Nobody ever thought in the earlier stage among these very excited multitudes that came to the streets of the Iranian cities in 1979 or 1978 actually. Thought that this old mullah in the 70s that all of a sudden has appeared from Najaf through Paris to Tehran is going to take over and create a autocracy, a religious autocracy.
We have to back up a second. Who is Khomeini? You just mentioned a few disparate facts about the man.
Yeah.
He was the person that took power in 1979, supreme leader of Iran.
Yeah.
You mentioned something about Paris, something about being in the 70s.
Yes.
What should we know about that?
Ayatollah Khomeini, who eventually was known as Imam Khomeini, he was kind of promoted to an even more sublime position.
Okay, give me just a million pages. Ayatollah, Imam, what are these terms mean?
Well, Ayatollah means the sign of God. In the course of the 19th century or early 20th century, as the religious establishment gradually lost its greater presence in the society and its prominent places in society, they had some kind of an inflation in titles. So they gave themselves more grand titles,
More adjectives.
more grand titles such as Ayatollah, that became the kind of the highest rank of the religious hierarchy.
But it's
Which
not.
incidentally was unofficial hierarchy. It's not like the like Catholic Church that we have, bishops and federal. It was very unofficial model, and he was an Ayatollah. Was eventually recognized as an Ayatollah.
He wasn't the first Ayatollah.
No, not at all. The Ayatollahs were before him ever since the beginning of the century, but he was eventually recognized as an Ayatollah. And if I want to start it this way, Ayatollah Khomeini was born in 1900, and in a sense, all this tremendous change that Iran witnessed in the course of the 20th century was, in a sense, materialized in this person. He became a mullah of a lower rank, went to the traditional madrasas, to the traditional centers for the education of the seminarians, never had a secular education, had a very complex Islamic education on this one hand, jurisprudence on the other hand, probably a little bit of Islamic philosophy and mysticism, which is unusual for the jurists, for the faqih, as they call them, these religious scholars or legal scholars of Islam. And then he, in the 1960s, when he was residing in Tehran and gradually becoming more important, he became the voice of opposition against the Shah. And the reason for opposition in the early 1960s was the fact that the Shah carried through a series of extensive modernization policies, of which the most important was the land reform. So, in effect, the land distribution that took place in the early 60s removed or weakened greatly that class of landowners from the 19th century. And he, Khomeini, saw himself as a voice of that old class that felt that actually declared that this land distribution is un-Islamic according to the Islamic law. Property is honored, and you cannot just, no matter how much and how large are these estates that the landowning class has, the government has no right to redistribute it, even among the peasants, among the people who were tilling the land. So that was a major issue. Shah also gave the right of vote to women, and that also he objected. So he said, women not allowed.
Can we just linger on the Islamic law? How firm and clear is the Islamic law that he was representing and embodying? Is this
Codified?
codified? Yes, that's a good term.
Yeah. That's another issue. Not only the hierarchy was unofficial and informal, but also Islamic law, particularly Shi'i law, did not have any codified system because these religious authorities always resisted becoming under a umbrella of a more codified system of Islamic law because they were outside the state. Civil law was in the hand of the religious establishment. They had their own courts independent of the state. But other matters, legal matters, was in the hand of the government. There was a kind of a de facto division between these two institutions, state versus the religious establishment. Therefore, it was not codified. So he could declare that this is unofficial, illegal according to the Islamic law, that you would distribute land to the peasant. And another mujtahid or another religious authority would say, no, it's perfectly fine, because he would have a different reading of the law. So that being in mind, that adds to the complexity of the picture. In the 1963, there was a period of uprising of the supporters of Ayatollah Khomeini. That was a turning point in a sense to try to politicize the religious supporters of Ayatollah, who were loyal to Ayatollah Khomeini. And in a sense, all the community of more religiously oriented against the secular policies of the Shah and against, of course, the dictatorship of the Shah.
So that's where the religious movement became.
In 1963 is the first moment. It's a huge uprising, and the government suppressed it.
But then suppression,
yes,
would start to build.
Of course. And he was sent to exile. He went to Najaf, which is great sentence.
He became a martyr on top of this.
A martyr, he was probably even forgotten. But not, it was forgotten for the secular middle class, but not to those supporters of his who were paying him their dues, because in Islam you would pay dues to religious leaders. There's religious dues and alms that you could pay to the clerical authorities, and they redistribute them among their own students and so forth. So they built actually a network of loyalty based on these donations. And these donations that received by Ayatollah Khomeini was very effectively through his network was distributed, even if he was in exile outside Iran. So in 1977, 1978, when the situation changed and there was a little bit of opening in the political climate, then you saw that Ayatollah Khomeini started sending cassette messages. That was his mean of communication. He was sending cassettes, and cassettes were sent through the country by his network. So, all declarations and saying first that we would like to see a greater democratization, and the Shah has to abide by the Constitution of 1907. This is a constitution, it's a democratic system.
Was he charismatic?
Well, it depends who would call, what do you call charismatic? He had a long beard. He was kind of a man in turban and the gown, which was a very unusual leadership for people who were much more accustomed to the civilian clothing or to the equipment of the Shah's military uniforms that he used to wear.
But I also mean, like, he is a man that was able to take power, to become popular, sufficiently popular.
Yes.
So, like, I would like, is it the ideas? Is it an accident? Or is it the man himself, the charisma, or something about the man that led to this particular person basically changing the tide of history in this part of the world in a way
All the
that was
above.
unexpected?
All the above that you mentioned.
Or was it just the beard?
No, I think no, it's beyond the appearance. Because the appearance is greatly helped, as you know.
In the 20th century, appearances helpful. Yeah. Pictures for propaganda, for messaging.
Yeah, that's an important factor. And he was a kind of a adamant and very severe in his own position. He could appear very uncompromising. And he had a sense of confidence, self-confidence, that virtually everybody else lacked. And he was a man of opportunity. As soon as he would see that a chance, the opportunity would open up, he would jump on it. And that's what he did, basically. As more the political space opened, the weaknesses of the Shah's government became more evident. His indecision became more evident. His lack of confidence became more evident. Khomeini managed to move further into the center of the movement because he was the only authority that had this network of support through the mosques, through the people who paid homage to him, who followed him, because there's a sense of following of the religious leader in Shiism. You are a follower of this authority, you're a follower of that authority. And he's basically created an environment in which people looked upon him as a kind of a messianic figure that came to save Iran from what they considered at the time the problems of dictatorship under the Shah.
So there's not a suspicion about Islamic law being priming law.
Not at all. People had very little sense that what Islamic law is all about, because the secular education has left that into the old religious schools. This is not something that ordinary educated Iranian who goes to the universities is going to learn. Therefore, there is a sense of idealization that there is something great there. And there were quite a number of intellectuals who also viewed this kind of an idea of, they would refer to as West-toxication, that is this civilization of the West that has brought with it all the modernity that we see around ourselves, has enormous sinister features into it. And it has taken away from us our authenticity. That was the thing, that there is something authentic that should be protected. And therefore, a man in that kind of a garb and appearance seemed as a source for returning to this originality of their own culture, authenticity of their own culture. And he perfectly took advantage of that. That is Khomeini. Took advantage of it and the circle around it at the expense of everybody else, which he managed in the course of 1979 to 1989, which he passed away, he died in the 10 years during this period, managed to basically transform the Iranian society to create institutions of the Islamic Republic and to acquire himself the position of the guardian jurist. That was something completely new, it didn't ever exist before. As a matter of fact, as you might know, the model of government that a religious establishment takes over the state is unprecedented throughout the course of Iranian history, throughout the course of the Islamic history, I would say. This is the first example, and probably the only example, of a regime that the religious establishment that has always, in the course of Iranian history, ever since, I would say, probably at least 16th century, if not earlier, has been always separate from the state and always kind of collaborating with the state with a certain tension between the two of them. They were two, basically, as they would call themselves, the two pillars of stability in the society. That situation changed. For the first time, the religious establishment took over the power of the state. And that's at the core of what we see today as a major issue for Iranian society. Because these are basically that old balance between the religion and the state, which was a kind of a de facto separation of the authorities of the two, has been violated. And now you have in power a theocracy, in effect, which of course only in its appearance is theocracy. Deep down, in my opinion, it's a brutal fascist regime that stays in power, but it has the appearance of religion into it. So this is really the story of the revolution. And as a result of that, the Iranian middle class has greatly suffered. It's not without a reason that you see 4 million Iranians abroad. Because basically the emergence of this new power gradually isolated or marginalized the secular middle class, who could not survive under that regime, and gradually moved out in the course of perhaps 30, 40 years up to now. Iran has the largest, I think I'm right to say so, has the largest brain drain in any country in the world.
So,
Population.
so fascinating that how much of a weird quirk of history is it that uh, that religion would take hold in a country? Like, does it have to do with the individual? It seems like if we ran the 20th century 1,000 times, we would get the 79 revolution resulting in Islamic law like less than 1% of the time. It feels like, or no? What percentage did you put?
Well, I think it has something to do with the very complex nature of how Iran evolved over a long period of time, since the 16th century. That's why, if I would for a moment talk about what I have written, I've written a book that's called Iran, a Modern History, and it does not start in the 20th century. It starts in the 16th century. Because that's what I've argued, that this complex process that at the end of the day resulted in what we see around us today is something that was in making for a very long time.
And religion was a big part of it. She and the Messiah complex, the longing for this great vision of a great nation that somehow is the sublime nation that can only be fully sublime through religion.
Or at the time it was thought that is through religion. Ever since then, it's disillusionment with that image, or at least the process of disillusionment. The outcome of it is what we see today. Basically, that process of 40 years is a process of readjusting to the realities of the world. That great moment of romantic success of a revolution, like most revolutions, of course, that is going to change Iran and bring this kind of a moment of greatness, led into this great disappointment. It's a movement of the great disappointment in a sense. Like most Messianic movements, Yes, by the way, Messianic movements in general are always leading to great disappointment. But what I have here that perhaps should be added to it, that yes, it was a peculiarity of Iran as a society that had to experience this eventual encounter between religion and state. That's something to do with the nature of Shiism. That's just one point that should be pointed out. Most of Sunni Islam don't have that kind of, I say most because there is something there. But Sunni Islam in general does not have that kind of an aspiration for the coming of a messianic leader. It's Shiism does. Shiism is very shaping, particularly the way that it was set up in Iran, was a religion that has always this element of expectation for the coming of this messianic leader. Of course, I mean, between parentheses, all societies look for messianic leaders. I mean, just look around us.
But some societies more than others. There's certain culture. It might have to do with the romantic poetry that we mentioned earlier. I mean, surely, I mean, not to draw too many parallels, but the Soviet Union, there was romanticism too. And, I mean, I don't know. It does maybe idealism.
A sense of a savior who would bring you out of the misery that you're in, and always looking for a third party to solve your issues. That's why probably this movement has a particular significance, because it probably doesn't look for a messiah. Although I was talking to my brother, who's a historian also, and he was saying perhaps the messiah of this movement is that Mahsa Amini, the 22-year-old girl that was killed. It's a martyred messiah who is now leading a movement which no longer has that charismatic leadership with it. But yes, I would say that Iran has been the birthplace, if I can say that, of messianic aspiration, going back to ancient Zoroastrianism, which is really the whole system that you see in major religions, or at least so-called Western religions, the Abrahamic religion, is parallel or perhaps influenced by Zoroastrianism, in which there is an idea of this world and the other world is the hereafter. There is an idea of a judgment at the end of the time. And there is a concept that there is a moment of justice that is going to come with the rise of a religious or a charismatic figure. So it's a very old phenomenon in Iran, very old. And its time and again repeated itself in the course of its history, but never as powerful as it happened in 1979, and never in the form of an authority from within the religious establishment. It was always the dissent movements that were kind of antinomian. They were against the authority of the religious establishment. That changed in the 50s.
But the revolution of 1979, that change is still with us today. Can we just linger on, are there some practical games of power that occurred, in the way that Stalin took power and held power in the early days? Is there something like this in terms of the establishment of the Revolutionary Guard and all this type of stuff?
Yes.
So it's the messianic figure that has some support from the people, but does he have to crush his enemies in competition?
It certainly did. Certainly not as brutal in terms of the victims, as you would see in Soviet Union under Stalin, who the bloodshed or the destruction of the population was far greater than what you would find in Iran of the Islamic Republic. Uncomparable. Perhaps I would find a greater parallel with Mao Zedong, and particularly because China has a very strong Messianic tradition. This is the ancient time. So they have something, and Mao appeared as a kind of a Messianic figure. There I can see that there is a parallel. But also, you can see with any other authoritarian regime with a Messianic figure at the head of it, that it destroys all the other forces. So during the course of the first 10 years of the Islamic Revolution, it destroyed the liberal, nationalist, secular. It destroyed the guerrilla movements, some of them Islamic, some of them Marxist, who turned into political parties or tendencies in the course of the post-revolution 1979. They were completely destroyed, and in a very brutal fashion. And their opposition, even within the religious establishment, because it wasn't a uniform, there were many different tendencies. Those that were opposed to the authority of Ayatollah Khomeini, or now Imam Khomeini, meaning almost a sacred religious figure above the level of the religious authority. He's a saint kind of a figure. So Shiism has this idea of Imam. There were 11 of them. The 12 is hidden and would come back at the end of the time. He's a messianic figure. So the title that was always used for them only in Shiism, never used for any other person. He is the first person in the revolution of 1979, first referred to as deputy of Imam, but the term deputy gradually disappeared and it became Imam Khomeini. That's his official title.
I love human beings so much. It's so beautiful. These titles that we give each other,
But
it's marvelous.
You love it because you haven't been under that system.
No, I love it in the way. I love it in a very dark
fashion.
kind of way. It caricatures itself. It's almost funny in its absurdity, if not for the evil that it has led to in human history.
But also the fact that it's in fact fulfillment in a kind of completely unintended fashion. It's a fulfillment of that idea of a Messiah that they created for. This Imam, which is in a hidden for 1,000 years, is here and not here. And therefore, Khomeini would have, in effect, fulfilled those anticipations. But beyond that, I just give you one example, and you know that you may have other questions. But when I say elimination, at the end of the Iran-Iraq war, by the direct order of Ayatollah Khomeini, the fatwa that he wrote, a group of prisoners who belonged to a variety of political parties, the left, the religious left, majority of them, the left and the Marxist left and the religious left. In a matter of a few weeks, or perhaps a few months, I'm not actually quite sure about the time span, in a series of, these were people who have already been tried and they were given sentences. They were brought back before the summary trials of few judges, who are more 3-4 of them. One of them is now the new president of the Islamic Republic, Raisi, and they were given the quick summary sentences, which meant execution. So something between probably 6,000 to 8,000 were executed in a matter of a month or 2 months, something like that. Mostly in Tehran, but also in provinces. And that remained an extraordinary trauma for the families, for those who are kids. They're all young, Oh yeah. So this remains very much a kind of original sin of the Islamic Republic that cannot get rid of. And it's in people's memories. They didn't allow them, even the families, to go and mourn their dead in an official cemetery which they created for them. Now the latest thing is that they put a huge concrete wall around it so nobody would be able to get into it. So these are all part of this extraordinary level of atrocity, brutality, that you see that the regime who claimed that it comes with the morality of religion, Islam, to bring back justice and and be more of a, in a sense, kind to people, ended up with what it is in the memory of many of the people in the
So developing these fascistic tendencies.
very much so. Destroying minorities, Baha'is, one of them. Hundreds of Baha'is were without any reason, without any effort, were picked up and executed, the properties were taken over, their rights were taken away from them, even up to this day. There's the largest, by the way, religious minority in Iraq. So you would see that in many areas, this is acts very much as a beyond authoritarian. It's a kind of really a fascistic regime.
So Khomeini held power for 10 years and then took power the next supreme
Correct.
leader, who is still the leader today for over 30 years. Who is he?
Well, he was one of the, this is Ali Khamenei,
Ayatollah.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Imam one day, perhaps?
No, well, they hesitated to use the term Imam for it. But in any other respect, he was given all of that adulation that they did to Khomeini. He is the guardian jurist. That's what's important. Because the guardian jurist in the Constitution of the Islamic Republic is an authority that is above the state. He is not elected, quote unquote, because this is a divine authority, although he has been designated by the group of the turban mullahs like himself. And he has the full power over all institutions of the state, the army, the media, the economy, every aspect of it. He acts like the Shah. He acts like this authoritarian authority.
Did that gradually develop, or was that very early on?
Well, that's part of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic. The first Constitution, the first draft of the Constitution did not have the authority of the guardian jurist. But then it was added by Khomeini and his supporters.
But there are actually, in the Constitution, any limits to his power.
Yes, there is a council of the experts, so to say, that would remove him from power. I think theoretically. But there is so much restrictions to that I don't think it would have ever happened in reality, in his case at least.
But in terms of executive to make decisions and all that kind of stuff, does he need to check with anybody?
No. He does check with his own advisors, but he doesn't have any constitutional obligation to check on the decisions that he's making.
So that's the supreme leader, but there's been presidents.
Yes.
And what's the role of the president?
The president, in a sense, is the executive power under the Islamic Republic. There are three heads of powers. There is the president that presumably has the executive power. There is the head of the judiciary, and there is the head of the Speaker of the Parliament, Majlis, Islamic Majlis, which is the legislative. So it's a legislative, judiciary, and executive. Raisi is not the president, is the head of the executive. Above them is the supreme leader, or the guardian jurist.
Can you give me some insight? Because especially, I'm not exactly sure why, but the President Ahmadinejad is somebody I'm, as an American, really familiar with. Why is that exactly? But why was the president the public-facing person to the world versus the supreme leader? Is that just an accident of a particular humans involved, or is this by design?
No, because the supreme leader tries to keep himself out of issues of everyday politics, supposedly.
Yeah.
But therefore, he is not coming to the United Nations to give a speech during the session. But Mr. Ahmadinejad, who at the time was the president, would come and make outrageous statements. That's why you probably know something about it.
So all of them make public statements, but he had a proclivity for outrageous statements.
He does all kinds of things, he makes all kinds of statements, but he is somewhat above the everyday politics in theory. But of course, he's pulling all the strings without doubt in every respect. And it seems that you were asked, I thought you were going to ask me this question almost without an exception. Since the inception of the Islamic Republic in 1979, up to the last of the presidents of the Islamic Republic, Rouhani, before the guy that is last year, or a year and a half ago, was in a phony election, who got into the position of the president. All of them, was a long list, all of them eventually fell out with the regime. So there is no president, except perhaps to some extent Rouhani, but we'll wait and see what's going to happen to him. But prior to him, all of them, including Ahmadinejad, fell out with the regime, with the current regime.
Who's Rouhani? He was officially president for 8 years.
Yeah, prior to Raisi.
Ibrahim Raisi, the 221, what you're saying is a phony election.
Yes, it's a phony election.
What happened?
What's phony election? Because the process of actually candidacy for presidency is completely controlled by a council that is under the control of the supreme leader. So they have to approve who is going to be the candidate. So not everybody can enter and say, I would like to be a candidate.
So did Rouhani fall out of favor, or you're saying this?
Yeah, well, he is kind of out of favor because he was more moderate than this most recent regime. But the point is that if you look, this is something almost institutional, constitutional to the regime. This is a regime that rejects all of the executive powers because the division between the supreme authority as the place of the supreme authority versus the presidency as problematic. It is as if there would be a supreme leader in the United States above all the sources of power. And that's the kind of a view that you can see in today's leader. And of course, he is at the focus of all the criticism that he receives from the demonstrators in today's Iran.
So, on top of all this, recently and throughout the last several years, U.S. and Iran are in the midst of nuclear deal negotiations. This is another part of the story of Iran, is the development of nuclear weapons. the nuclear program. They're looking to restore the nuclear deal known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA. What is the history, the present, and the future of these negotiations over nuclear weapons? What is interesting to you in this whole context in the 16th century of the messianic journey? What's interesting to you?
You can argue that for a long time, even under the Shah, but much more expressively and decisively under the Islamic Republic, there was a determination to have a nuclear weapon, in a sense. I think the bottom line of all the negotiations, everything else, is that Iran of the Islamic Republic had the tendency of having its own nuclear weapon. The reason for that is that Iran was subject of nearly 9 years, 8.5 years of Iran-Iraq war, when not only Iran faced an aggressor, Iraq, that actually attacked Iran at a very critical time at the very beginning of the Iranian Revolution, but the fact that Iran felt kind of helpless in the course of this war and has to make great sacrifices, actually, which supported the Islamic regime and consolidated the Islamic regime because of this war. And most of the time, the support of the United States was behind Iraq vis-a-vis Iran. And Iran felt that it's been isolated and has to protect itself. So there is some argument for having a nuclear capabilities. But in reality, this has resulted in a completely mindless, crazy, wasteful attempt on the side of the Iranian regime to try to develop a nuclear power. And therefore, the rest of the world, particularly this region, were very worried that if Iran would get access to a nuclear weapon, then the entire region of the Persian Gulf might, particularly Saudi Arabia, possibly Turkey, possibly Egypt, all of them may require, may demand to have also nuclear weapons, given the fact that Pakistan and India has already had it. So there was a determined attempt, as you might know, on the side of the Western communities, or now gradually world communities, to try to, as much as possible, to control Iran from getting access to a nuclear capability, or actually limit Iran's nuclear capabilities to what was defined usually in a euphemism as a peaceful fashion. Okay. That being said, there was also Israel, which viewed the Islamic Republic as an arch enemy. And some of it might be due to the Israelis' own exaggeration of Iran's threat. And some of it is because Iran has developed a fairly strong military, as we see today. And as such, this attempt to try to prevent Iran from ever getting access to nuclear weapon, which resulted, as you might know, in this massive sanctions that were imposed upon Iran ever since the beginning of the revolution in 1979, and of course more intensively since 2015, 2016, even prior to that, probably a bit earlier. This agreement, the nuclear agreement, was supposed to control or monitor Iranian nuclear industry or the nuclear setup in exchange for removing the sanctions. But this never worked, as a matter of fact, in a very successful, satisfactory way for the Iranians or for the Americans, particularly under Trump administration, which I think foolishly decided to scrap the agreement that was reached under President Obama. Like many other policies that was implemented under the Trump administration, this created a major problem. That is how to, under Biden, how to try to come up with a new nuclear agreement with Iran. In this process, since 2016, the United States withdrew from the agreement. Iran felt comfortable to try to go and do whatever they want without any kind of being monitored by the international community. And that's the situation now. We don't know whether Iran is really sincere under the present regime to negotiate a deal. We don't know that the United States are willing to do so. And it seems that now what is happening in terms of the protests in the Iranian streets makes it even harder in public eye to try to negotiate a deal with Iran. Because that means, in the minds of many, and with some justification, that if the nuclear agreement would result in the removal of many of these sanctions, millions, billions, as the result of the removal of the sanctions and Iran's ability to sell its oil in the international market without any restrictions, means that the Iranian government is going to become even more powerful, more financially secure in order to suppress its own people. So that's the agreement that goes against coming to terms with Iran. But the problem is that there is no clear alternative. Even I'm not particularly personally favorable for this agreement to be ratified. But the alternative is very difficult. There's no way to try to see what can be done.
Geopolitics, where every alternative is terrible. Let me ask you about one of the most complex geopolitical situations in history. One aspect of it is the Cold War between Iran and Israel. The bigger picture of it is sometimes referred to as Israel-Palestine conflict. What are all the parties, nations involved? What are the interests that are involved?
Anyway. Just do it and just talk about it. What's up, sluts? You guys know the Mark Zuckerberg stuff is absolute cock. Call it hate speech. You suck cock. You suck. Your wife should have divorced you long ago. You can't even throw a disco party correctly. You can't even get it on video. Anyway, there's this thing called the Cosby Show, which I don't know why people still don't fucking love it, but it is the best fucking. It's not the best, but maybe it's up there with the best fucking shows of all time, including Seinfeld and Sex and the City and Sopranos. Oh, what is this shit? Are you serious? Zuckerberg. Like, all I have to oh, man, I can't even. This is all dumb. I just wanted to talk about the Cosby Show. Zuckerberg over here. Yeah, you can bet that. I don't understand what in the absolute F is going on. I just want to talk about the Cosby Show. Anyway, let's watch all the Cosby Show themes. The Cosby Show. Why? Why not? I want all of them. All the themes. Okay, the Cosby Show was filmed on the last week. Everybody knows that. What did you like? Anyway, before this thing here's the Cosby Show being done. I think this was taken at Rothschild. Really? Yeah, what is this? This isn't the. It has a different start, doesn't it? There we go. See, this guy was an OBGYN. He drove a van. Seriously, look at this. It's like an eco-line. People live in these things now. What kind of van is this? It's good. It's good. Yo, dog, what kind of van did the Huxtables have in season 1 credits? a 1984 Chrysler Voyager. Anyway, that's tight. So the Chrysler Voyager, which is like, isn't it the Voyager? Yo, dog, was it the Chrysler Voyager or the Plymouth Voyager? It was actually the Plymouth Voyager. Was the name of Chrysler first introduced the minivan in 1984. Later in 2000, Chrysler dropped the Plymouth to the Plymouth Voyager. Super big thing. Anyways, this guy was a little BG line in the show. And that was important. For the Voyager. Anyway, Felicia Rashad, she wasn't even Felicia Rashad yet. She will always be in our heart, Felicia Rashad. Felicia Ayers Allen, which is tight. I don't think she was related to Marcus Allen, but she was married to why can't I say this? Felicia Rashad and Ahmad Rashad. Oh, the way he proposed, it's a whole thing. Anyway, you got Tempest Bledsoe and Sandra comes in a weird way. She's not in the original. It's like, where did you come? Anyway, you had okay, what's this one? This one's okay. Which airs out and who's that? That's Sabrina Laboo. Who's that? That's the fucking one. Lisa Bonet. Your daughter's a thing. Anyway, Malcolm Jamal Warner. First player ever learned about dyslexia. Tempest Bledsoe, your thing. And you weren't a thing here, Keisha and I told him, but you would become a thing. You were older than I am, so. Anyway, Connor Sinestra, that was a thing. That was just always on there. We went to Connor Sinestra. Oh, no. Yeah, this one was like, Bill, what's going on, dog? How did you go from like jazzy to, okay, I'm cool with this. What is it, salmon? What is this? Anyway, you need to understand, this is important television history. And if you're like, Rabbi, what about this and this and this? I don't care. I separate the art from the art. Not to say I don't care, but I separate the art from the art. Why? If not, we would be watching, I don't know, Little House on the Prairie, and I'm sure they did something wrong. Anyway, Michael Landon, I'm sure he did something wrong. So, unless you want to just watch that all the time, I so much. Oh, this is my favorite. Really? Oh, top favorite. This is fucking my boy. Shout out to Diamond. Their cousin is. Come on. Get his name. Don't worry behind me. Bobby McFerrin. This one was like, dog, what are you doing? I'm not saying I don't. It's not like. I mean, it's like you went in the Cosby Show. Could do any. The people from the Cosby Show could do just about anything. Bill Cosby did write a book called Robin, which I would really be really. I would want that. Bill Cosby's like the best person ever. And I remember he spent some time with anyway, well, later did I find out. I love this one. I love the way they dress in this one. I love his little tie. This one's got Raven Simone. She goes like this. I love that. Yeah, get down, girl. I like her pants. White pants. I like how she dances too. She does a really good job. Was Bill Cosby the first black person ever on TV? It was definitely the first show that I watched a lot. That's another. I remember asking my mom what that means. And then, anyway, I remember my grandparents laughed at it, and my family laughed at just the best elevator music I had ever heard. And I'd be like, "What is that?" And I was like 5, and um, and 6 or 7, not very old, have a and they'd be like, "Oh, you understand when you're older." And I thought, oh, they would just tell me that. Like, no, tell me what it means. Like, no, the show stuff. You don't have to get into like the history of the elephant. Anyway, those were great themes. And then there's this last theme, which is kind of no offense. They brought in cousin Pam. Just like I'm sure it's such an amazing show. It's not never work. Now I get it. So what is that? Some kids in here. I don't understand what that means. Well, back in the day, they used to play the elevators to just make the time go like faster. And so it makes me jump. That song is the best elevator music that you've ever heard. But I didn't know that when I first joined this. And I would always ask, what does that mean? Like literally the show start like right thereafter. Nobody wants to explain the joke right after the show. And this is my thing. I would do this with any joke, and I would keep it in my mind if I understood it or not. Well, I didn't understand it. I would sit like there were adult jokes. Those are really sense. Didn't even sense. Anyway, cousin Pam. I think he did a good job. I don't think anybody could have revolutionized the show. The first few seasons of the show are so good. You got all these funny people. Cockroach. Oh, it's just hilarious. Why don't you like this version? It's okay. It's not like the worst. I know why I didn't like it. Because you didn't have all the characters. I think he should not vote him for like good. Really? At one time, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen it recently. I'm not gonna go looking for it. But I think he's really good. What about Times Square? You know, Ditto, baby. She's pretty too. But there was this time where where the Cosby Show had not been on for the Cosby Show. I don't know, and the Cosby Show just hadn't been on, and then all of a sudden she gets some show. Yeah, really grew up. I can't believe I said this show. I don't think she gets good at it. She's a great lady. I don't know. Fuck no, we're going to all the things that are not in there, all that shit. It's the best. Oh man. Jordan for a trail. Burgers, you don't even know what burgers are. What's a burger? A hot chick? Aren't you eating it? Alright, burgers, yeah. Anything else? I mean, it's just a if you haven't seen every fucking Cosby Show of all time. Alright, are you done with the Cosby Show? I would watch all of the ones that have music without the band. I can't even say without the band because then it won't even save this. It's the worst. This is the worst. Goodbye. Go fuck. Goodbye. Go F yourself. No. Cosby. Dog, it didn't even fucking say. Share, dog. What? No, what is this bullshit? Well, did that fucking record? This is the worst. Zuckerberg, be real. Share. That Zuckerberg didn't watch the Cosby Show. He's too busy sitting on the fucking phone. Cosby. Man, I gotta. Oh man. Ooh. Oh man, this is gonna be a Giambi. I can tell when this one's production. What? What about just shipping post? It's the worst. My name is Kenny. Buzz. But I call him Buzz. I'm recording my time. Welcome, welcome. Look who it is. How you doing, Sophia? Excellent. That's what you do. Good to you. Excellent. How have you been? Well, we missed you. Okay, so jury duty study. What is that? What is that? What's the right? And if you look in the yeah. Okay. And did you find your final favorite one of those? Oh, really? Okay. Very interesting. Now, was this something that was back in the end, just like a normal course? Um, well, I've been on a jury that's not easy. And it is, um, that's a good question. Yeah, I was 18. I was the fourth person actually, so I want to say it was 3 days. And it was a criminal case, and I recall we really what happened was the guy had a house and invited someone who may or may not have had cocaine in their pantry, and they were doing a sting on the guy's house at the same time, and he came and busted it, and basically they found the guy in his bathroom, like in the middle of flushing, allegedly flushing the toilet with cocaine all over it. And so his reasoning was that the prostitute went to the bathroom and had the cocaine in her pants and was in the toilet. It was kind of one of those situations where it was the police word versus the guy's word, and at least he was my work colleague. And I think other people thought it was guilty as well, but there were some people who were very adamant that if we had reasonable doubt, and there's reasonable doubt in that factor that somebody else has just said and so we found not guilty. I remember reading the verdict of him. You know, being 18, he saw this young person probably who he probably thinking that he had that much in common with us. That's what empathize with him. And when I look back up, I just remember thinking this face was not it's really sad though that they were really at the time I was getting they were just seeming to. Anyway, we let it read that, and you know, that could be it. And hopeful with time it can get really, really tough, especially if you have children involved. So, well, I'm glad. Did you enjoy the? Did you enjoy it? Absolutely. Even between corporations, which I'm um, right. When I was in high school, I also considered very similar to what you did. That wants to have well, they don't get jobs, but we had civil trial and criminal trial, and we would do like a mock trial, basically. And it's very interesting the difference of the burden in a criminal trial versus a civil trial. You would think that they'd be the same, but no, they're not. They're quite different. And also, it's interesting, um, like, I know in one of them, I recall, that it was someone, it was like a big insurance company suing someone else, and it was like, one thing they couldn't let the jury know was that the insurance companies don't say. So basically, like they have very deep pockets, but they don't want you to know that. And so you have to treat, everybody as fairly possible. But I would think that like a lot of people, if they kind of, oh, this, I mean, most people know insurance companies are very, well protected against these things and have deep pockets. But nevertheless, I remember that was something that they made very clear to us, or perhaps they didn't want to make clear to us how much of it was, but they don't want people to know how, like, the other side of like, the individuals not going to pay for the insurance. So, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Would you do it again? Well, things here have picked up some steam. Um, nothing crazy. Well, first thing I'm going to tell you, I missed you. And I thought to send you messages, but I thought, um, this happened the other day. I thought, I'm going to give it one more week. I really did. This was like 3 days ago or something. Like, I'm going to send her a message. Just to her, maybe what's going on. But I thought, I'm giving it a week. And if I saw it, I'm going to week that. So you've been on my mind. And especially because I, I went through a period of time. Well, you in your own way inspired me when I was doing the very good. And I didn't really have confidence to be on started doing that. And then I started to look at the different discords, and I'm in some community discords now. I don't want to say it's in everybody, but I stand a lot of them. And I'm getting everyone known, which is not, look, I'm not a singer. I'm not going to be someone who's known for singing. I'm the world's most famous live streamer. Or I shouldn't say it's more, but perhaps one day, but the world's foremost live streamer. Yeah, so I want to do that, which is really what I feel is important. And so I went through this period where I run into issues when I do karaoke because copyright infringement. They'll just stop your video. I mean, YouTube will just stop your video immediately, or they'll take your videos down, or just because you played one song. I know I did a 3.5 hour concert. And just because I played one song that was owned by someone else, you don't get that song. Now, fortunate for me, I got all these other devices, and I have other devices, so there's no big deal. And I was double streaming on this, so I was multi streaming, so I got it perfectly the way that I wanted it. YouTube has better AI to understand music much more than like some of the newer ones, like things on there. They don't have that type of capability. So with that, I get to realize on Discord and a Discord known as the camp, which is set up for the guys and I didn't know this when I first showed it. Filipino, people, a lot of Filipino people like my work. And so they have a section out there in Discord that's dedicated to karaoke. And, so I go in there and I sing, and I try to be as positive as possible. And other people. Yeah. When it comes to this Discord, my Discord, it's a book. So we like to share. I really take people who it's difficult because I am so open with my life, and they want to come in here. Like last night, I just get trolled. People come in and go for 5 minutes or they come for I don't want to have to answer like if you're doing that, it's really not even productive. Exactly. And or the people who really get me, I used to leave the sound on or so that I could hear it in the middle of the night, and they would play um, chainsaws. And oh man, that was really nice. Yeah, so I mean, people get their kicks out of that, which makes their music. And then I get people who it's like a new breed of people, not breed, but like a new kind of like troll who they like to come pizzas to your house or swat you or like get your car towed, like all of these things. Just kind of that's just not happen. So but I am out there and people invite me. I do my best to try to avoid those kind of things. Like one guy last night was with another guy. They were talking about how much they enjoy doing these kinds of things. And I explained to them, look, I'm going to lie on YouTube right now. I don't know if I'm going to be saying these things. And on top of that, I'm trying to from a life standpoint, I'm a very positive person. I do my best to be around positive people and keep optimistic trains of thought. And really, you're just being negative. And when the people that you don't know, basically, you're anonymous and you're like able to do these things to them, and you get kicked on it. I just don't think that's cool. And I was able, one of them laughed after I was, but the other one stayed hours after it. And we talked about futurology and futurism for like several hours. We started watching documentaries. Really good. I felt like I don't want to say changed that by any means, but showed them that look, if you're going to be in here, I want you to like add some things to the conversation. I want you to bring things down other things. And so I hope that I've met him before. He's a really nice guy. He just thinks that with that effort moving forward. We've had some people in here who are one of my biggest fans that's been often. I have another friend of mine from Jordan. She's a streamer and she has been spending a lot of time with me. Nobody's going to work on it here as far as casting seats, but who's been spending like 24 hours in here, and she's been doing that for the past couple of weeks. And so while we're still new friends, that's good. Now she speaks English pretty well, but I do have a translator, a universal translator, which is called a pocket talk, but basically it allows me to speak with anyone in any language, essentially instantaneously. So it's like Google Translate, but it's easier.
Natychmiast zdjęcie w jak tłumacz Google, tylko że jest prostsze.
And it's pretty accurate. So I'm able to speak with her that way, and if she has anything that is really difficult to convey, she sometimes will just Google Translate. But aside from that, that's been good. When it comes to Discord, my biggest issue with Discord is I get kicked out. And I get kicked out of them for the big reason is advertising problem. Because I have figured out this way. If you have a bunch of different devices, you can be on multiple Discords at once. But I haven't heard that good to me. So like if they kick me out, I make my appeal and I'm saying I'm not a bot, I'm living on camera, you can talk to me without being able to somebody exactly. But nevertheless, they'll look at my profile and they'll see I have just tons of links. And it's like, well, Discord lets me do that, so blame Discord, don't blame me. It's well, you would think, but some considered self-promotion, others considered advertising. In my opinion, it's like don't hate the play and hate the game. If you don't like what I'm doing, then complain to Discord the fact that they allow you to put all these links. Don't be mean for utilizing them. And I would say that it's hit and miss with some of these people who are so mean to me. And when I say so mean, just they'll just every word in the game, just whatever. I'll just be like, I'll go be above and beyond. Try to be nice. I'll go do a Discord server and I'll go, I hope everybody has a really good day today. And people are just like, please. Or, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't either. I think partially they think that I'm very polite and generally I'm type of man with everybody. And that kind of got my behavior. Which I've gotten. People ask me all the time, why do you speak like a guy? This is how normal people speak. They don't all speak in emojis and emoticons and short internet shortcuts. Exactly. Exactly. There you go. So I have this one Discord that I'm in. So I would do it even though I have been banned. I don't think it's really bad. Like I'll get banned on Reddit because I'll create a post and I'll get excited about my post and I'll cross-post it all over Reddit and I get banned for it. It's like, okay, there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, exactly. And so but there's this one Discord that I've been trying to be in for like almost 3 years now. And they're always really, really good. And I've learned from other people who have told me, look, this is like a toxic Discord, but it's and we've all left that Discord because of people like you. But nevertheless, it's still I'm someone who thinks that you can move and adapt at different stages. And so fortunately I spoke with some of the moderators there and they let me stream. And I get such hateful things like that. But nevertheless I just let it just like water off a duck's back. I just keep on trucking. And I also created a bot that whenever they kick me out of the call, it automatically brings me back in. It automatically turns on my camera, and it automatically shares my screen and puts on Google Business because it's like, it's a Wall Street bets. It's a subreddit for people who are into the stock market. These are high net worth individuals, and so I feel like, hey, we have some good networking, and it's not a bad server initiative. I'm in some servers that, it's a bunch of colleges. I was in one so just recently the study lounge. And it's the reason I got kicked out of study lounge is it's these individuals are like 18 to 23-year-old students who are very focused on their clients. They don't care about promoting anybody else. The Wall Street bets are guys who like to take risks and know that data is important. And so I've just kind of been posted up there. And I was doing something, I was seeing concerts in the medical stuff, and I can't every night, well, I should say, I had to go by for the Guinness time, so I knew that they're like 16 hours ahead of me. And so usually about this time is when they have more and more people in this area. And so I think utilize it and utilize it, like make the things there. But you know, and the more that people I get in here, the better. I mean, especially the more people who have friends who do all this other thing. I have I've done something else too. I'm telling you, I would say that unified all of my streams to some extent. So if you, I'll just show you. If you type in that, well, here's the thing that hurts me more than anything is I'm essentially shadow banned on YouTube. It's not anything that I've done wrong necessarily, but it's just there are some things that are more popular than I am when it comes to type paying attention to actual post. I'm fine with what you're doing. But
When I typed in Rabbi space this one, search for Rabbi space. With my son, and this is
yes, because so many people have had to work on other ways to be able to find me because there are other videos that show up for me. I mean, I've had many different YouTube accounts that get banned for whatever reason, and they're really, I think, innocent reasons. Like, I will just have the radio on and have bumper music, and the bumper music will get me a copyright strike. Or I'll be watching Joe Rogan, and he'll say something about like anything medical related, and I've been medical shit. It's like stuff that I'm not even doing that I don't really even know how to prevent. I've gotten every kind of strike. I've had hospital spam strikes. I've gotten medical misinformation strikes. I mean, I don't prefer to be a doctor. I don't give no advice to people, but nevertheless, because Joe Rogan said it, or he had a guest on and said I'll get a strike because of that. But I kind of just started to break through, and so I got this. If you type in Rabbi Rothschild and you filter by this, that's the key. It's filtered by that, and I even have that in the book. You'll see I've got one line here, two lines here, three lines here, four lines here, five lines here, six lines here, seven lines here, eight lines here, nine lines here, 10 lives here. Nobody else on earth has 10 simultaneous YouTube streams. It's just unheard of. No one has more than one. So when people start to see that, they're like, what is this? And so I can tell on the amount of people who are watching my streams is going up a lot more than once I have all of these. And that's very positive because I know in the end that my bread and butter is YouTube, and that's where people are going to watch me and watch much revenue. So I think that's very good. Go ahead.
your app, your that's your
I know what you're going to say. Yeah, I know. Well, so I got very frustrated. I got very frustrated because they keep taking down my like, I have Bible Rabbi, Rabbi Rothschild Farm, Rabbi Rothschild Level 7. They kept taking them down. And I wondered why that was just gone. So yeah, Rabbi Rothschild was that's probably the references. And he did exactly what I wanted it to do. Exactly. When you see what I've been through, I mean, firstly, it's true, but secondly, it's I would say memorable. It's like, okay, wait, what is this? Who is this? Why did how did you even know how to have that as a name? And then I have many that are backup accounts. So they're like backup video archive 101. There she is. You're okay. Um, I have many that are like backup accounts, so backup video archive 004, backup video archive. That's like, why do you have all these backup accounts? And it's if they ever go after all my Rabbi Rothschild accounts, and just I don't know, the people at Google would just get rid of everything Rabbi Rothschild. I have these backup accounts that are just thrown throughout the internet to basically get backup everything. And I even have like, have you seen my students? Have you seen it yet? Students, so you can watch from above. And as you can tell, it doesn't have too much of a delay. But yeah, I've been, my positivity continues to grow, especially when I see how many people watch my stream. I mean, I have some of these streams where it's zero people watching. That's been has mainly been for a long time, but I get some where there's dozens of people are watching for hours, long periods, and that's definitely very positive. So what was I doing today? Well, I've been up all night, my days and nights, but I was like, especially, I love television, but I love also television design, and so I was just doing commentary on television design, and I I was thinking I might sing some for some of my friends, um, and when I'm trying to think of what else I've been doing that, it hasn't been that long since we've seen each other. Um, I mean, I deal with a lot of technical issues, but overall, I really feel good. And I think you can tell I'm a positive spirit. But not the growth that we've seen. It still hasn't been extremely large. It's improving. And then I get this random bursts of people who come in here, and that's always entertaining to me. So I get like 4, 5, 6, 7 people who come in, they tell their friends, etc., etc. And in some interesting places, Australia is a good place for people to be friends with them. And what's the United States, some people from Germany, some people from Israel, some people from Canada. So I do have family from various areas. And yeah, they aren't exactly where I want them to be in terms of, hey, I'm growing up and we're solving all the issues. But on the one hand, but on the other hand, we've seen strong growth and that's always good. I mean, my biggest fears are that at a certain point I won't be able to afford to do this, or I mean, if that happens, then I just have to get another remote job, and I did that this summer when I needed more money, and but like the internet goes out, and the town can go out, and all kinds of things that can happen that I just do my best to avoid, and just keep the good times rolling, as they say. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, I shouldn't say that. When I go viral, I'm going to travel the world and do other cool things that I'm doing until then. Yeah. So what you doing now? Like aside from the journey thing, I think that it worked in the first one. What did you see? How was it?
It was really good. The first reason why I really live on stage. And so I really
Excellent. I've only heard good things. So that's good. Good. I got you well. Did Ariana Grande do well?
Yeah, I think she did. I don't think she's
Are you a Gucci fan? And your aunt is hosting. Yeah, that's the first one. So your aunt is hosting the party. You're going to come to bed, and are other family members going to be there for the big party? Yes. Okay, so it's not for people. It's a gift for them. I saw this. Well, did I see this in the office? They do this kind of thing. Oh no, they do a secret. Yeah, they do a party. Okay, so this one's like a blind gift exchange, correct?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay. Yeah, Yankees swap the color. Yeah, I bring that to the office. I love the office. Exactly, that's exactly right. Yeah, I do an office here. Oh, that's yeah, I'm pretty bad. I do too. Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about it. Who's your favorite character on the office?
Oh, no, that's right.
Okay. How about on Parks and Rec? Okay, excellent. I love John Ralphie. He's oh, he's amazing. He's amazing. He's he's the worst. He's the worst. Yeah, and his sister Mona Lisa Savage. No, I love. Oh, he does. He's terrible. That's why I love him so much. I mean, he's just so outrageous of a character. Like when I first watched it, I was like, this is insane. But he grew on me to the point where he sucks so much that I actually hate him. And yeah, I love everyone on that show. Except for probably Mike. Except for Mike. No offense to that. Everything um, okay, so do you remember the last season of that show? Like Parks and Rec, where it's like all futuristic. You know, they have those cell phones that like, yeah, exactly. I just like the technology that they have, and like they have cell phones that like are like holographic and things. I just think that's super cool. Um, oh, I love Andy. Andy's great. I don't know how people. I like Rob Will's character. I mean, he's literally one of the exactly. He's like people like that. Yeah, I know people like that. I've been like that in time and time. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um, I think that like scientists have said that the first person to live over age 150, perhaps I wouldn't think was woman. I believe I am that person, something along those lines. And I love that. I love Ryan Johnson. I'm sure I don't know how people could love this character. Oh, you know what I really want is Megan would like. Her name is Megan.
She was gay in Oxford.
Okay. Yeah, she was on Will and Grace. I remember that show.
I didn't realize her
Very easy to do. Yeah, and plus Tina Fey was on 30 Rock, which is like a similar, around the same time, so the office and everything. Okay, this is a big question amongst like pretty diehard Parks and Rec people. Do you like season 1? I do too. I do too. But there are some people, I do too. There are people who I've heard say start on season 20. Why would you do that? Start at the beginning. Yeah. Right. It absolutely. That's right. Um, and I think that it's like it shows it. I don't know. There's almost more normalcy at the beginning. I feel than what ends up happening. I think the reason people may make that suggestion is because they want it to be really funny and all these other things. But also, you don't have to deal with the slowness of it. Like you don't really get into marketing dangerous and all of that. Yeah, because he doesn't really. He's in for like 2 seasons and then they get into Adam Scott and Rob Lowe's character. Exactly, but that's what I really love about it. Where like, and like the first episode, yeah, the first episode and the pig and all of that, like you wouldn't even know about the pig. I really like that song. I really the pig, I love that song. And then there's like Ross Sebastian, and like they just everybody just goes crazy for Ross Sebastian. Yeah, 10,000. Yeah, all of those sounds are good. I have taken pictures outside. So, Pawnee is it's City Hall, it's Pasadena City Hall, and so I've actually taken pictures there. And I think that's a really like, that's how much I like the office. I have to go to the office. I like to go to the locations of places. I've been to or, I'm sorry, I should be office. I mean, parts of their city hall. But I've been to the offices as well. That's a bit. Um, and it's really interesting to see that it's much different than it is on the okay. Oh, I've always wanted to go to the State Lounge. I've always thought that would be fun. I always wanted to try whatever that thing's called, snake juice or something like that. Snort juice, okay. And then, yeah. And then I wanted to, what do they call it? 720, their company, what's it called? Um, that one where they have that like big warehouse and they're like playing basketball. And they just have people doing that. I always wanted to work there. Yeah, and yeah, I would picture. I'm trying to think. There are in any show. I was just talking about the Cosby Show. Not to get into that, but that every show has a certain thing where either to jump the shark, if you're familiar with the term, or to do something that's just ludicrous that would never happen, or they're always trying to get new viewers, and so something strange happens. And, at least Parks and Recreation, I think they do a pretty good job of holding it together, especially when Chris Pratt had to do like he was doing movies. That's what ruins a lot of these shows. Happens sometimes in The Office where things go kind of crazy. But I love that. Yeah, exactly. And they're just like walking up the stairs when they like I think it's like the first season of him after having got Guardians of the Galaxy. They're just like I think they play it off really well so that it's not like a huge group. And it's not like, why aren't you hanging out with Chris Traeger's character? Like, you guys are also making shape now, but maybe you want to live in the I've always liked the way that Andy and people get I just think this whole thing is so cool. That like it's just like a house party that they were just like, hey, let's get married. Um, I've always liked that. I love the sound of it, which is they come out and sing it. What else? Yeah. I love the town, the people in the town, and then they have the rivalry with Eagleton, and all the Eagleton people are all like, super professional. And like, boy, you told me, yeah, exactly. How Eagleton, like, they just have like interesting things about the city that like, oh, Eagleton, don't they get every person at HBO? It's like treating it and just living in the city. Exactly, exactly. Um, so, yeah, I love that. And um, I've heard, look, this didn't ever happen, but because they had like a great band with this one, there was a thought that one day they would extend the government from Trenton to the Parks and Recreation Center so that it would have been like a crossover. So they never did that, which I still kind of think of them in the same kind of universe because they share so many different things. But then I guess Karen Philadelphia and Rashida Jones characters in both, so that doesn't necessarily work that well. I think it's interesting that she dates so many different people and that she dates she dates Grand Rapids, she dates at times like Trader and oh yeah, there's Anna. She dates Kristen, Dexter, she dates that's right. That's right. And I was I'm fine with that. But it's hard to keep up with a character who's dating a ton of people and not many other people are dating that much. She also dates what's his season sorry? I'm not sure. Oh, okay, good job. Right? She dates him and she yeah, it's weird. And then yeah, exactly. I love how he's so much a sexual and she like is going in his apartment and she's look like matching everything like like exactly. But I still think that's a key from I'm trying to think which dates I think that's it. But that's like all the main guy characters, which is kind of unique for a show. And it's, but I do like her character. She's like pretty grounded. Um, I absolutely love that scene where Andy in the first season where he's singing "This My Own Worst Enemy" and they're playing Guitar Hero, and Nico's there, and they're just I just love that scene. And I think at least in music they did that together well. And then all the names of the people. So there's like three skin, formerly four skin, just the tip. There's like there's mouse rats, mouse. They go. Yeah, exactly. Um, they love it. Okay, exactly. And then the show kind of runs away from itself, where she becomes president, which is cool. I, I think it's important that those things are seen, but it's almost like, well, I get that she's like obsessed with some. I like it can work real. Yes, exactly. It's like it just felt too forced, in my opinion. It's like if she's president, why not continue the series? I want to see what all that's about. It, um, but yeah, I think overall it's just a phenomenal show, and I'm in Parks and Rec subreddit as of the office now because like super diehard fan. I love all this stuff. Oh, and And then, well, let's see if I can get his name. Jim O'Hara's brother. But they always get his name Jerry or Gary. Well, I call him Gary Jimmy Burgett. And I love his family. That he has this beautiful family. I, exactly. We all love him. He's just he like that's just a beautiful, beautiful thing. I mean, obviously they're all very attractive people, but just how they treat him. Like everybody in the office treats him like garbage, or not the office, in the Parks and Recreation treats him like garbage, but yet he is very much loved by his whole family. And then they make this joke that's absolutely hilarious. That doctor, after doing like plastic examination, that is the largest penis I've ever seen. He did that. Oh, that's so good. Yes. And so he had that one. I just
He's just the most blessed man on the planet, and he just grew up with people treat him like shit.
it's
He's like, oh, they don't even know.
exactly
I'm rich, by the way.
exactly. And I love that element of the show. That it shows that like he doesn't let it get too much. Okay, there's Parks and Rec, which is an amazing show. Now there's The Office, the OG. Well, first, did you watch the British Office? Okay, have you ever seen it?
I maybe watched it.
Okay. It is okay. It is very interesting that many of the jokes and the bits in the American Office are word for word from the British Office. Some things are. And I like the British Office version. I used to not, but I watched the regular Office version. I mean, it gets its like times in my life where when it was on DVD, I would just watch all the time. The street, just literally just constantly in the background. I never did. Um, so once I got home, I'd seen it so many times, I would go back and watch the British version. And the British version is more serious, and there's something cool about that, I think. And I don't know, for anyone who's worked in an office, all of the little things, all of the little nuances that they get are amazing. Have you ever listened to the Office Ladies podcast? Okay, perfect. Excellent. So you're familiar, it's an extra podcast, and then you get a lot of the insider stuff. So I won't be teaching you very much of anything. Yeah. Okay, so The Office. It's like, in my opinion, you know how there's like Hulu and Netflix and Peacock and all of them, Paramount and all of these? In my opinion, I think that NBC should make The Office available on Peacock for free. You can just watch them all at any time because so many people connect with them and just watch them all the time. It's almost like it's it's it becomes like like people's lives, and they go on they'll go to they'll go to. I mean, I've done it. Visited places where they shot the show and all kinds of other things, and people just connect to that show and like some other shows that I've seen. There are major fans of some shows, but that one in particular, and it could be perhaps just the I saw it as an adult, and I know about I should say like I've been able to connect with it. Like I grew up with it basically. Okay, so do you know the seasons? What's your favorite season? What's your least favorite season? Okay, totally understand. Okay, so when I say that, I hate season 8 with Rob Kaufman. I don't like it. What, what are your thoughts on Rob Kaufman?
I don't like him.
Yeah,
Like, I enjoy his character.
he's really, really creepy to me, and I don't. Okay, if you meant like no, not that's I don't enjoy it. I just okay, okay. Okay. So with that said, I love the first part because it's season 1. where it's really like an office, like more so than it gets later on. I mean, where they're like talking about sales. I think what it's really interesting is that, yeah, exactly. And like just even from the first episode, um, like I said previously, some of the skits are word for word the same as the Rising, the British office, but it's just the way that like the actors portray these characters, it really connect with them and very much enjoy it. I like the season one, two, and three the most. I would say I don't really like when Jim and Pam start to like when they get married. That's fine. I mean, I think it's a beautiful wedding ceremony and everything, but then it starts to get weird. Exactly. When and they're not as honest with each other. Like, and I've seen these characters like um, be dissected from podcasts and Reddit and all these other things, but like it just seems really like, super innocent how they find each other and everything. I just the one scene where Jim comes back to the door and he's just sitting there doing one of those things like they talk about every day. And she's just like, yeah, so I just opened the house and just go up. It just didn't seem like it was ever going to happen. It just comes in and it's like, everything for me. She's like, yeah. And she said, it's just, I'll never forget how I saw it the first time. It was just, that's it was just great. And so who's your, you said White's your favorite character. White.
Because I just love that. I love the autistic thing. I think the comic stuff is fascinating.
Okay.
I think his culture is amazing. I think he has charming. I think his local style.
Sure.
Cute. I love that.
That's what I beautiful. Do I've watched the show. People like I've been like, oh, you gotta watch the show. You've never seen The Office. You have to watch The Office. I know. I've been told a million times I need to watch the show. And so I'm sitting on the watch it. And people really sometimes do not like it at the beginning. And I can understand why.
Yeah, he's in his 16 well.
You know, and they're like, how much you think he's funny? Like he was like the funny boss and everything. They're like, he's sexually harassing. He's making inappropriate jokes. He thinks that he's all that. Yeah, but you have to see past that. And you can understand that he was on television years ago and everything. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that he did not work well. We have, you know, I really like the temp when he was just the temp and didn't get all crazy. Did you know that? Just because he just, I don't know, I think it's kind of yeah, exactly. Before he got all weird. Um, I don't know if I've been like a temp like that, but I've been like the youngest person in the office. And when that happens, put me to a lot of things that I do. I can say that while I like Dwight, it's interesting how they treat him because he's the best salesperson in the office, yet they don't appreciate really what he does. I feel, and I think that's unfortunate. I've seen a really interesting take on the office, which I totally get, is that Jim and Pam are actually like the enemies of not enemies, but like they are actually bad people, like really. And when you look at it like, no. I mean, Jim and Pam are bad people that they're manipulative. Meaning, like, Jim never does his work or doesn't do his work properly. He's always cranking White with stuff. And, like, in a normal office, he would be fired for those things, or Pam, who is like, um, she knows that Jim's in a relationship with Karen, but yet she's really flirty with him and all these other things. And Jim knows that Pam is with Pam instead of Roy, and yet he's always flirting with her, which I totally get that. Like if you look at it from that, like they're not good people at all. They basically hurt a lot of people. But
Okay, but Angela sleeps with whoever she's dating now.
oh, she's terrible. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying she's the moral compass of the thing, right?
Other people also think that
Agree. No, definitely. I mean, right? She took a run in the office, and yeah, and
I don't think quite like over. I mean, I wouldn't say with infidelity.
yeah. Wait. So that is something. And what about the danger? And they work together. So there's a people that have that combined friendship. Okay. I really like Michael. I think that he has a certain innocence to him, like he's this naivete that like I really I don't know, I know that many of the jokes don't age well, and he doesn't ever come off as like the best boss ever, but there are some things that he does that when Pam has to pay him, and he's like he buys it and puts it up and like appreciates it, and they're just like heartwarming moments like that. Um, I just think yeah, he ends up, like getting in relationships and well, at least at the end, he does get in. He gets kind of crazy. Well, yeah, I would say so. Maybe on purpose. Um, I okay, so there are some elements to it that I'm probably dissecting this one too much, but okay. Are there many characters you don't know? I said Robert Carbonus or Ronnie Carbonus. Okay, so that's everybody. Jen. Okay. I think that Ed Helms or Andy Burnett is extremely talented to do all the music that he does and singing and all that. I love that. Yeah. Oh, I love Mindy Perry. I've actually and her character, the changes. Yeah. Okay. So I pretty much just contact. I could watch an entire series for some contact. Right. It's the John Ralphio kind of part of me. That's like, that this guy's a huge sexual harasser.
Yeah,
I completely understand how you feel about it. I think Jam is extremely good and it always has. Um, I think it's funny that they never played him down. She's really, really, really well. I I really like I think a lot of people do David Harris, but they think like and then he gets all messed up and sucking and everything and then comes back and says do you have a favorite episode? Okay. I like I don't Wickham has this saying that is like really, which is confidence. It's the food of the wild and the liquor of the food. I just always loved that saying that he has. And I love the fact that then they go and pick up Ryan. He's like working at a bowling alley, and like Pam is just like, what did I get myself into? But then you see the development of her character, where she goes from like receptionist to office manager. Um, I like that basketball episode. You remember that? I love when they play sports with so much. I love some of the intros that they do where they do that. No, 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 no. I love that. Exactly. Um, I love. I can watch that show. Actually, I watched seasons 1 through 7. I repeat. Season 8 to me was kind of fell in the face, and then season 9. I've never been a huge fan of because I feel like we missed out on. There was supposed to be a film that was supposed to be like a branch off of them, and we never saw that. And I would have liked to see that with Dwight. So then he gets his own like family, or like you know how it kind of gets into a different show where he gets this like really beautiful girlfriend or whatever that lady who's working on a farm, and then then all of a sudden he has a random brother and sister, which are like one's a marijuana farmer, the other has a son. The sister has a son. Do you know the difference? Okay, that's fine. It's the last season, so I understand why people like it and watch it. But it was supposed to be its own show, it's like a fun, and that was like testing of it, and it just didn't ever work out really well. But I would have liked to see branch offs like the often that we did. Then I also would have been able to watch one starring Craig Robinson called The Warehouse. I would have thought that would have been a really good show of just what life is like in a warehouse. I wasn't a huge fan of Val and uh, what is his last name is Daryl. I didn't like some of the things that happened there, but I did just think that the warehouse is just kind of like a fun place that they were doing some interesting stuff. And usually with shows, in many shows, they do have um, shows that branch off and have their own thing. But the office kind of became its own place. But I could watch seasons 1 through 7 all day, and I'd watch any episode. Oh, okay. So there's this popular one. People have these cringe episodes. What are your thoughts on Scott's Top? Okay, I don't think it's that bad. Okay. What do you think of the dinner party? I know. I do too. I do too. But people call that one cringe. But I don't think that one's that bad at all. That one, yes, I think so. I think that the episode, the dinner episode, is one of my favorite ones. Where I mean, it's I don't dislike it more than any other episode, but then her fans who, if you ever look, they at least in like forums and stuff of the office, I'm not a super fan. They would be like, oh, anything but the dinner party, or anything but Scott's Top. It's like my thing is anything but season 8. Um, uh, and one of the reasons why I really didn't like that with California is like he's creepy, but also it's just that's not how an organization would work. Where the CEO would come in and put like CEOs have like an overarching knowledge of a company, but they don't go into individual branches. And they don't like make like small town house up in It just wasn't very realistic to me. And then this guy was supposed to have all this money, and then at the end you find out that he's none of those things. It's one of those things that doesn't okay. I really like Ellie Kemper. I think she's very attractive to I'm talking about who's done more? Aaron, she's the other receptionist after Pam. Who's done more? Oh, I can't say. You like that from good character? Yeah. Perfect. That's Doctor Who. This is The Office. And that's what I feel because everybody said, oh, I like from Doctor Who. Okay, that's good. That's good. This is The Office. And you have to understand that, like, nobody wants a tablet that's a triangle.
Yeah, but it was at the point of the office where there were just
Right, exactly. And I get that.
so
Okay, so that's what you've done in Google. Oh, Doctor Who. Okay. You know what? People disagree on this character, but I thought the voice was cool. I'm like, I probably have my knowledge of it, but I love the Angel. I love the and there's something. Oh, thank you. I was, yeah, exactly. I really wish he would have been the next boss. And just what he's like, and he spoke for everyone in some ways where Jim and Pam were trying to like get into everything with their kids or their kid at the time. And he's like, that baby could star in a show on baby. I don't know. I love that. Or just, yeah. I just think it would, he, and I was really excited for him. Yeah. I was really excited for him to maybe be the next boss. But, you know, I understand. He's a movie star and he has one of these things. But, oh, that would be great. They have, I would say, okay, if you ever saw Kelly's help for her character in the early season, and then they changed her, or she just really blossomed as a character. And I know that she was a writer, so she could always be and everything, but she just has such hilarious. Right. And that's what I love because it seemed much more realistic than just this really quiet person that had in the office in the first place. Season one, she just like slaps Mike. That's like her only thing that she does of real relevance that I can tell. She doesn't really, she's not dating them, anything like that. But then they get into, oh, me too, where she's the entire customer service department, and they're just, oh, how can I do that? Or like, and,
oh my gosh, the Jim is making my sense and totally blows out of my phone.
yes,
She's like, oh yeah, Jim, hi.
I love that. I love that. I love when they, when, I don't love this part, but when they create the website, yeah, Kelly's like, oh, it's so easy, you just take it and you put it in, like, oh, it's just thank you. Like, yeah. She had some lines that, go ahead.
And this is bad, but I love since we work on the teamwork for a while.
Okay. Yeah, I could see her absolutely doing that. So I can do that. I love her relationship with Brian. It's so toxic, but yet, like, although like there are elements of it. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's this one phrase, like, I don't know how to spell it in Brian, but like, I think it's like, it's something like, yeah, I have a lot of questions. Questions like, how dare you? Something like that. Like where she says that. I just absolutely. I love how she's supportive of Wolf with all my stuff. It gives me every update that I need. Ever since I've ever seen that, I've always really wanted that. What you know, the final season, they get into those two new guys, the intern or whatever, and I don't really ever love those guys. I don't bond enough with them.
What's it called?
Flop and I don't know. They just kind of seem unnecessary. Um, I've known people who
But I do like when Andy finds out that the cheating with Brandon and the chick doesn't know that that's
because yeah, that's right. I enjoy. You know what? I like the Gumbies, all the Gumbies. I love the Gumbies. The original Gumbies where Jenna Fisher or Pam is like, like when she went to Gumbies, she went to Gumby and they played like Tiny Danger there. I think I love that song. And just look like the Bible, it wasn't so complicated, and then it just jumped the shark. Okay, so whatever I say about season 3, season 9 people dislike perhaps even more because, and I've heard that I don't know if this is true, but the writers really were not happy with Tom's doing another with the hangover 2, and so they wrote just a bonkers character for him, and I yeah, it made him disappear down a boat, and also it's like has this weird relationship with Aaron that I don't really ever want. Like I would really like them to be like a real couple. Like, I could have seen them work together as a real couple, but I want to see them not get all crazy. And he starts to date that lady from like Myanmar, that other girl or whatever, and Aaron Hart does, and then he has to break up with her and have her like with all her friends there. It's just that's what it was. Yeah, it's just and I don't think I can write it in certain ways, but I don't know. I just think that yes, I agree. And that is on the same list of like the as they say PG episode. I don't know the writer, I just think that yeah, yeah, exactly, which is weird. And it's all in like a road trip to Florida. I can't stand it, actually. I don't like the Florida episode. It's just it just seems out of place. And why would you have this like they work in Scranton, which is not Tallahassee, and why they chose Tallahassee, I have no idea. And it was just strange to me, all of that. I think that I didn't like Joe Payne. Like when she comes in and well, I like her character, but I just don't think it's weird. That very well could be. I haven't had that experience, but I do like when they okay. I do like it when they and I'm not saying I don't like Joe Bad character, that's weird. But it's just she's there too much. A real CEO would only be there one time, just to say hi. But but oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm not a big fan. I don't know. I just is creepy and no, I don't think it's creepy. Um, I don't really think that I know that they need more characters, but frankly, like if they had, I don't know how everything in California works, but I know they had a writer strike, but his intelligence level drops to the point where he's like doesn't know if like a turtle is dead or not, or like a dog is dead, and I just don't necessarily. I don't like when they do that to a character. Um, I like when he was smart. Exactly. He wasn't necessarily
Is
smart.
he had a plot?
Exactly. Absolutely. And that like he did fantasy football. Like so it means it's like he was one of the guys kind of the deal. Like he you have to be somewhat intelligent to have these parts. They were very normal parts of his life. And then it's just this degradation.
Now he's just a bad boy.
Exactly. And I do not like that. But I do like his character. Um, I look
Yes.
okay, excellent. Um I yeah, I love that. That's so funny. Um, when they have just things like that, it's like I'm 30. Well, I'll be 30 in November. That's so funny. Can we get balls in this thing, bro? Like, when he's Chinese.
It's only in like fucking second episode or whatever. He starts wearing the big
You know what's right? Wait, no. That's not when he uses all the tongue. He, he, that's a little later, but I do love exactly. I love all of that. When they do the shot of him, and it's just from the back, and so you don't know who it is, and it's just this guy with jet black hair, and then he sits down, and he's like, "Yeah, sometimes like just he's trying to play up like he's much younger than he is." I think that's when they're doing some kind of romance or something. But yeah, I absolutely love that. Um, I love his character. I love that he kind of was. Well, that's like his real name too. But he was in the grassroots, so he was in like um, a music band, like a music band. And then I love the fact that he wasn't supposed to necessarily be a real character, but he did something that we exactly where it was in the episode where they have the races on the forehead, and he he said something, and the fact that he said something meant that he exactly had to do with like the demon or something like that. Exactly, and then he just and that's such a great thing to do that it's like it was art life art imitating life so to speak, and I feel like um, I really love the holiday parties. Those are some of my favorite. I could just watch those. Yeah, exactly. I love. There are some bottles that just make me laugh every time. When Michael buys vodka for the party, and he's like, "So you think this is enough for 17 people?" And they're like, "Yeah, 14 bottles of vodka. Yeah, that'll do." And then they just have this just amazing. Um, I I love that show so much that I mean, I've been to the it's called Valley, it's on Saturday Street, and when you it's called like Valley Film, something like that. They had to cover that up to make the Dungeon Metal building. But I mean, like if you remember in the fire, Joyce kicking the handicap sign on the wall. Like I did all of that. I did everything that you could do outside on camera. I did my best too. It's not that big. You would be shocked in real life to be like, this is good, and it's so small. Um, I love everything about it. What did you think of Idris Elba's character? Um, Jim talking about Idris Elba. Okay, please. What was his name? Charles Minor is his name. That's it. Um, yeah, I think that I thought he did an excellent job. I would have never known he was British when I first saw him. I would never known that he. I think he did a really good job. Just played like a really straight man, but like a real business person who's trying to make this brand do better. And, I thought his character was really good. I think it's really cool that Michael and Carol in the show were really married, and so they got to like have her in the show. I think that was really cool. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's kind of how it works sometimes. Um, I did not like the Pam's mom. I think, well, let me say, I like the first one, which she and Pam, if you remember, she that lady only showed up in one episode, and due to her doing like Broadway or something, she couldn't do the other one. Then they bring in that other kid, actresses, exactly, and she's. I mean, I think she's an attractive woman, but I never bought that that's Pam's mom. That was just they didn't look alike. The other lady did look alike, but this was like a really hot lady, black woman, like a very attractive woman, and then like Michael, of course, is going to be on for this. Yeah, he went through a series of some weird relationships. Like that lady who ran like Dave and Buster's, that would he dated some really attractive women, but that's the one where she's like, get off my table, we just have a food. And when Heather, and she was cheating on her husband. That's a weird one. That's kind of a cringe moment for me, where they have to go to the baseball game. If you recall that. I look at another cringe moment that people say, and I agree, is Pam's, like the lady who owns Pam's building, when she's trying to set Michael up with her, and Michael's just like, because she's not overtly pretty.
That's not
Yeah, it is. It's quick. Thank you. I really like when I really, really like. I mean, I could have watched the entire series of any of these things, but I really like this Stanford thing. Um,
and they play video games.
I love that. And that's what we meet Karen and Andrew. And then they got that like serious boss, not serious boss, but like he's really good. And they were going to bring him in and everything. But I just, yeah, exactly. But I just like that Jim kind of somewhat like he moved on and found something good and everything. But of course, and I liked it when they went to other branches that were real branches. Like when they went to Nashua, I liked that. I think they went to like Binghamton or something, and I like when you got to see that there were other branches and Stanford, definitely. I like
And when you get to see other branches, you see how special they are.
exactly. Now you can say arts, like yeah, because it is. Um, yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Like when Michael does that tour of the different branches, and like you see, they're all pretty serious when he's doing like like I don't know, Baldy and hot lips, and like he just goes around and gives everybody a nickname. How he remembers all of them. That yeah, yeah, yeah. What did you think of Karen? This is kind of an unconscious question.
I don't really like Karen, but that's because I've been doing Karen lately.
Sure, I understand that. And a lot of people think that
So I was like,
Karen got the raw end of the deal. That basically, if you recall, she was generally a good girlfriend. Like even through the beach day where Pam does this weird thing, like in front of everybody and like tells Jim that she basically like
she still loves it.
exactly.
But here, some of the lady that works for Karen, because Karen would actually try to take Jim for the
Yeah, everyone hates her. Everyone hates her. Yeah, I can't stand her. Well, I shouldn't say that. I could watch her. She's not bad looking, but the way she acts with stealing Jim or trying to steal Jim, I'm like, I hate that. I hate that episode where they're in the hotel together. Oh, I can't stand that episode. Yeah, and, yeah, and she's like, she gets out of the shower and she's like, so cold, and like, when it's like, Jim, what are you doing? Get out of there. You are a married man. What are you doing with like nonsense? Yeah, but even so, I feel like you could, can you just leave? Or you could go to a lobby, you could go to the pool, you could just be on the phone with your wife. But I understand, I mean, it's just not good enough. And then it gets really weird, like, I don't know, they make it look like a crime scene or whatever just to get her out. Or, wait, no, Joy comes in, there's like bed bugs or something like that. It's just, yeah, it's not that realistic to me. Um, I was reading about this today, but, um, how Amy Adams, I thought Amy Adams' character, if you recall, she like first off, I think that she does like, that they were going to keep her in the show, but I should say she wanted to be a movie star. Television wasn't necessarily her thing. But they had something where they thought that she looked too much like Jenny Fisher. And it would be confusing. And there is that. They both like pretty red-headed people. Um, but I really liked her character. I mean, she's again very beautiful woman, so not too bad in my eyes. Um, but I thought that they did her pretty badly, and then also transferred her. If you recall the way that Karen and Jim broke up, it was like all Karen did was like, and I'm not saying that she did it right, but they went to New York. They were going to both have an interview for the position, and Karen was like, "All right, so I'm gonna go have lunch with my friends in the city. Is that cool?" Like, I could see that. I think as a boyfriend, I'd be like, "Yeah, that's fine, but I mean, we don't have to spend every moment together. And I understand we're only going to get to see these people for lunch or whatever. New York's a busy place. Go for it." I don't think that it was like the biggest deal in the world, but it was supposed to be like, oh, she didn't really care about him. And that's, I don't feel that true because she moved from Stanford for him. And she even told him that. And it's so funny that um, when she comes, when, when Jim's like, yeah, so basically she told me that she was just going to look at like normally, yada, yada, yada. And then they look and like all her stuff is packed up and she's gone. And she wasn't doing parts of it. I was, I was absolutely shocked when they chose Ryan for the job. I did not see that one coming. I don't think a lot of people did because he wasn't even like a full-time employee or he was barely a full-time employee in the office. So like how did he jump Jim and Dwight and Michael just because he had an MBA that he got like some random time. So but that's oh absolutely. Definitely. Oh yeah, he's definitely. And then they do all kinds of weird stuff in this character. And I'm not saying that I like what they did with it. I understand that they had to because they couldn't really show me in the show, but like um, I liked him at the beginning when he was normal. Then he takes that job and grows the beard. I love when Jan's like, oh, I love the beard. Keep it forever. It's just very funny to me. Then he gets like really into drugs and his like short friends or whatever, and who like Joy thinks is a hobbit, and then and then he gets into like after all of that, he then like with the what he gets into like flossing the tips of his hair and like having his mom driving these kind of places. So I'm not saying I like what they do with his character. And then he gets into like this nerdy like film kind of guy and like wearing bow ties and stuff. They do all kinds of weird stuff with his character, which I can't say necessarily. Um, I have known people who really like Stanley. Like they have Stanley mugs. They are just huge things. What are your thoughts on Stanley?
I like it. My life is about it. So
I like that. No, I can forget this. What I don't like about him is his academic. I did not like that.
Yeah.
He had a wife, and then I think her name was Carrie or something like that. And we actually saved her in the 70s. And then,
And she's white.
yeah, and then all of a sudden, hey, welcome. How are you? I'm from Washington. Hello. Oh, I'm having a wonderful day as well. Affirmatia, this is my friend Sophia. Sophia, this is Affirmatia.
Hey.
Well, Sophia, I can probably help you with things, but I know you've got bread to make. You've got milk and honey bread, aka Jerusalem bread, which I think is a beautiful thing. So I'll let you get to that. I could, but come back because I could talk to you about other shows as well, but I can still talk to you about the office and Parks and Recreation all day long. I just can tell I'm excited with things. So, but I don't want to take up any more time. Okay. Well, then we'll continue to talk. Okay. Look, what else do I really know about the show? So, Akamacha, we are talking about a television show from the United States called The Office. Akamacha, have you ever heard of The Office? Yes, it is 100%. Yep. So we're both big fans of this show, and we're just talking about the show, but we can talk about it too. But yeah, have you ever seen The Office? Oh, excellent. Your brother likes it? Your brother has good taste. Excellent. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wonderful. We were just talking about parts of the show that we like, and I can tell Sophia the really big thing I did not. Sophia, what are your thoughts on films? Did you hear me, Sophia? Sophia, can you hear me? Maybe she cut off for a second. Sophia, can you hear me? That's okay. After I think you streamed for 9 hours yesterday. How did it go? Go ahead. Sure. Well, please, sir. Absolutely. Endeavor? Endeavor? Sure. Yes. Yes. I deal with this every day. Negative people. People who, especially when it comes to world peace, they don't believe or they don't even want it. They like more. I deal with that all the time. And one of the first things that I do, and let me know if you need me to translate this, but I'll speak this easily. Um, I say to them, have you ever been impacted by war? Have you ever had someone knock your house down? Have you ever had someone steal your things? Have you ever had somebody hurt you? Normally they haven't. So I say to them, that you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even have an idea of what the pain of war can be. You haven't lost a loved one in it. And usually if you talk to soldiers, they don't want war either. One of the reasons why they went became soldiers is because they wanted to stop war forever. And those people who like war, or those people who like the negativity, many times I feel they are just trying to be, trying to get a reaction out of it. So they're bored. They have nothing to do on the internet. And so, hey, I'm going to bother you, and I'm going to try to make your life a little worse so that my life is a little better. Do you find that people are doing that? Statement about statement about. So here's the here's what I do. I get this all the time where I will just say on the internet, "Hi everyone, how are you?" And they will say, "Kill yourself. We don't like you." Just immediately. I haven't even had a chance to say anything aside from, "I hope you have a good day." They'll be very mean to me. I lean into that, and I'm even nicer to them, and they hate it, and I love it because it's more positive. So I'll say, "Well, I hope you have a wonderful day," or "I hope many blessings are bestowed upon you," or "I hope that your day improves," or "If you ever need anything, come to me. I'm here to help you." If you There's a saying in English, "Kill them with kindness." I don't know if it's going to translate that well. I'm going to translate this just so it translates correctly. You understand? Okay. So, so the strategy is kill them with kindness. Basically, when they are negative towards you, be extra nice to them. And that does two things. One, it does not bring you down to their level. And two, it's bothersome to them because you're actually showing them that you are stronger than they are. And then three, it's adding positivity to the conversation, which is always important. So I think that at least what I do is I am just even nicer to the person. So if somebody comes in here and they'll be like, "I hate you," but I'll say, "Well, that's an interesting opinion to have. May I ask why you hate me?" "Well, I just don't like you." "Okay, well, how's your day going?" Actually, Sophia, that's actually a quote from The Office that I use. "How's your day going?" Basically, when someone's mean to me, I will just be like, "How's your day going?" Because nobody expects that. And so when you are nice to them, it makes them even more mad. And there's something to that. Um, so when people are mean to you on the internet, or they in English, a lot of times it's being called trolling someone, where you just do it to get a reaction out of them, then you just kill them with kindness. Be really nice to them and be very positive to them. And then also tell them that if there's anything that you can do for them in the future to help them, that you're there to do it. A lot of people start trying to be trolling with me, and then they see that I'm a really nice person, and they actually will apologize to me later on in our friendship or whatever, and they'll say to me, "Wow, I want you to know, I didn't realize that you were a real person. I didn't realize that you were really nice, and I'm sorry. I should have recognized just try to change their behavior by being a good influence. So basically, the way that I try to do it is I try to be a light to them. I try to be a good influence. Sophia, do you have any? Yeah, yeah, exactly. But I get those kinds of people. Somebody said that to me within 48 hours. They came in here, and a lot of people try to bring in really negative things into my life, and I do my best to not allow that to get to me, and to be positive back to them. And when they see that, it shows that you're too big for them. You're not gonna let them get to you. So, in your case, Aframasha, what does someone say to you that brings you down? What do they say? Sure. Wish them well. Exactly. And that is the best defense you can ever have because you'll realize that you can't get to you. And not only that, you're trying to be even more, you're trying to spread kindness. And that's something that's really special. Not many people want to do that, especially on the internet. Um, I would say that another thing you can do, I think you probably are doing this, but I wouldn't interact with anyone under age 18 because children don't understand what they're saying is very hurtful. So if you only interact with adults, that's another big thing. So basically, you don't have to deal with kids, and then you just only a positive light as much as possible to adults. And then adults know what you're doing, and a lot of times you're able to change their minds, just like Sophia gave an example. And I think that that's the best thing that you can do is just be a light to the nation, a light in the darkness, and just be very, very positive. And even if you don't want to be positive, don't let them get to you. So if they're in a chat and they're being mean, let's say somebody says, "I hate you." So I have a couple things that I say to people when they're being really mean to me. There's a saying in I don't know if it's going to translate, but in English, it's kind of a newer saying, but it's cool story, bro. So somebody will be like, "Oh, I don't like you. I think that you're XYZ. I think that you're this and that and that. And I don't like this and I don't like this and I don't like this and I don't like this." So it's like all this negativity. And I just sometimes will just be like, "Cool story, bro." What does that mean? It means like I don't have enough time to read through all of your stuff. Thank you for the information. Thank you for your story. We're moving on. There was a previous generation, like grandmas, would say something like, um, "That's okay, honey," or something like that. There are ways to just basically dismiss people. These are dismissive statements, but they work very well if somebody's going above and beyond to be really mean to you and you don't want to deal with them that way. So you just say, "Cool story, bro." And then I also use a lot of positive emojis. I just do that in my life generally. I didn't always. For many years never used emojis or emoticons or anything like that. But because so many people use them in on online conversations, I do my best to use them. So I might say, and you can use these too. When somebody says, "I hate you," you can say, "I appreciate your opinion. Thank you so much," and then give them a thumbs up or like a smiley face or something like that, which shows that you're being very positive to their negativity as well. And if anything, it shows that you didn't let them get to you. So you can use emojis to your advantage and also get across positive messages as well. Does that make sense? Okay, excellent. Oh, absolutely. And when you, Sophia, do you have any advice? I don't know if you can do that. And yeah, you can, oh, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah,
It's okay.
people are gonna be, people that are mean, especially on the internet. Folks use being on it, this nature of taking their time to say whatever they want, and best you can do is just speak with it.
Yeah.
Because that's what works on release.
Yeah, um, I I sometimes get people who will give me long paragraphs. It's just too much to read, or it's just very hateful, and so I'll use a phrase that grandmas would use years ago. That's nice, dear. Just like that's nice, dear. Like okay, fine, whatever you want to say. It's just
Say, I'm happy for you, or sorry, I'm happy.
there you go.
This makes you want to be great.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There are
Oh, just respond. And like if somebody says something that's crazy, or they read, I'll say, yeah, that's a lot of words, but I'm happy for you, or sorry, not happy. Period. That's cover all my business. Yeah, because typically when people are acting disruptive like that, the thing they want is attention.
Yeah.
And so whether you're giving them positive or negative attention, they're still getting a conversation out of it.
that's right. I get people who will many times they will come at me with many different questions, and I'll answer sometimes 20, 30 questions from people, sometimes 60 questions from people. But eventually, I recognize that sometimes these people don't even care about my answers, and they're asking the question before I even have a chance to answer. And so I have other ways to deflect these things. I will say, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask me, ask Rabbi anything. I've got a little area. You can ask any question that you want. And that means that the person has to do a little bit of work. They're going to have to type out their question, but it also allows me to deflect them. I get people who will, in a message to me, they'll just write a huge paragraph of something. And so sometimes I will just give them a thumbs up or an okay or some kind of emoji, not even give them words. Now, I do that sometimes to people that I really do mean thumbs up or I really do mean okay or whatever. But I find that sometimes I don't even give them any words back, just an emoji. it deflects them as well. It shows that maybe I'm not ignoring you, but I'm not going to read all of your stuff. Whatever you're cool, good job, whatever, okay. I get what you're saying, but I'm not going to give you any of my time. You have to recognize Afromasha, especially if you're becoming more of a streamer and more of a public figure. Your time is very valuable. And if you take time for all of these individuals, it's going to take away from you. There is a philosophy in, that I've heard in the business world, but it works in this as well. When you awake every day, you get, let's say, 100 coins, okay? And let's say everybody's taking from you, and at the end of the day, you have 0 coins. You want to be very careful of who you give coins to, basically who you give your attention, who you give your time to. So if you have all these people who are taking coins from you, you're not going to be able to have any coins at the end of the day. And you want to make sure that you have your time, that you have your effort, that you have your coin by the end of the day. So if you just give them a little something, and hopefully they'll run away with it, or you can just ignore them, but don't let them take anything from you. It's very important. I have this mentality, and I've always had this, that basically haters gonna hate is a saying in English. Haters gonna hate. So basically, there are some people out there who are just gonna hate all the time, and that's fine. There's nothing that I can do about it. I can't necessarily change you. I can just be a good example. Yes. Absolutely. You've got extremely long streams. Extremely long. Good job. I mean this. I'm impressed by how long the stream is. You've got a 7-hour stream and a 9-hour stream back to back days. I'm telling you, that's a long, long stream. I stream all the time, but it's different kind of how you stream. You have to pay attention, and you can't just go doing whatever you want to do. That's a lot of time to devote to people. So you take as much time off as a break as you need. Oh, I'm, I'm very impressed by what you have done, but especially with your streaming. Most people don't stream that long, and for you to be able to already be comfortable doing that is phenomenal. And when you stream that long, you're going to have people who come in and are grabbing at your attention and trying to steal your positivity. And if you don't let them do that, you kill them with kindness, you smile, you make sure that they're aware that it doesn't get to you. It's just, you win in so many different ways. They don't get anything from you, you don't show any weakness, and you add positivity to the world. I think it's a great strategy. Excellent. Very well. Do you have any other questions? We have Sophia here, so we have other people that can perhaps help, and she has a lot of experience just in life. So, what other issues do you run into? 7 chakras, like meditation. Sophia, you take care of it. Absolutely. Sophia, I can talk to you forever. You come back whenever you have time, okay? Oh, she's wonderful, and she's a really nice person. I think she, I was going to say, she likes to listen to me sing karaoke. So maybe one of these nights I'll do that. I'm not sure she's good. But yeah, she's a wonderful person. She has a very good heart. She's very smart. She's just a good friend. I I don't go ahead. I don't like people. I don't like people who, if you're going to be here for a long time, I want you to be positive. And I recognize not everybody can be. And we'll get little people who come in and they're negative and they'll be blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's fine. But if you're going to be here for a long time, we want to be positive to each other. We want people to come here and have optimistic thoughts and positive vibrations. And I think that has to be a good example. Exactly. So you got it. Like 100 coins in the morning. Your dog needs 5 or 10 coins because they're going to take your time. Your family's going to need 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 coins for whatever they have to do. And you have a certain amount that you can give out once a day, but you don't want to give too many out to one individual person or they'll start to pull your energy. And that's not what you want. So you give them a little bit if they want, and you move on and give them to other people. And then at the end of the day, the important thing is that you still have coins left over and that you're not. Excellent. So, affirmation. There's something we can do to practice what we just learned, if you want. So, it's called role playing. Basically, I'm going to be a mean person, okay? And you just will test you, okay, to see how you would react. I'm not going to be really mean, but I'll be like this. Affirmation, I'm on your screen right now, and I think it's really boring. What are you going to do to make me more excited? Perfect. 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 Absolutely. Very good job. One thing that I like to say to people, very, very similar. No one's forcing you to watch me. So go do whatever you want to do. You're the one who's here. And if you want to be here, let's be positive to each other. That's exactly right. Yeah. And I think that that's an excellent. Okay, let's try another one. I don't like you. I can help you with this one. There you go. Um, I'm glad you said this. There's something else that I said. Right? I'm glad you said that. So I like to say sometimes, thank you for the information. Why? Whether it's negative, good, or bad, it's still showing that I'm positive. Thank you for the information. There's a movie. Have you ever heard of the movie The Big Lebowski? It's okay if you have. Have you ever heard of the movie The Big Lebowski? It's okay if you have it. Okay. So there's a saying in this movie, and I'm going to show it to you. It's that's just like your opinion, man. What does that mean? It's like somebody can be like, I don't like the color of the sky. Okay, well that's just like your opinion, man. I don't like the color of the grass. Okay, well that's just like your opinion, man. Like, okay, everything is just your opinion. So basically, um, this is a phrase that I really like as well, that I use sometimes. So when somebody would be like to you, like, um, I don't like you. Okay, well that's just like your opinion, man. Like, okay, you're entitled to it, but that that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with me. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, so that's just like your opinion. And you did it exactly right. Like, hey, that's you're allowed to think whatever you want. So I'm not going to get in the way of that. But yeah, okay, you know what to do. You got it. I I'm impressed. I'm really impressed the way that you were able to handle those scenarios because you didn't let it get to you at all, and you were able to respond in a way that was positive and also um, you embraced them. So basically, you you confronted them in a positive way, which is a big. It's hard to do. It's very easy to do this. Well, I hate you too, and I don't like you, and you stink, and you're the worst. Blah 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 blah. It's very easy to want to do that and get into a big fight. You can just do a thank you for your opinion. That's a perfect one. Thank you for your opinion because it's positive. It recognizes that they gave their opinion, and you just move on. Thank you for your opinion. And if go ahead. Yes, you remembered. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. I was going to say it goes back to our previous discussion of that everything is just subjective. Everything is just someone's opinion. You're exactly right. Oh, I'm proud of you. Oh, that's wonderful. And okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hold on a second. Hold on. Did you send me this? Did you send me this earlier, or did I see this from somewhere? Wait, I know. Hold on. I thought I saw it. Hold on. I thought I saw it. Okay, you did send it to me. Okay. And yes, okay. But it was it in Polish? No, no, no. No, no, I see it. I see it. It's right there. And it's in English. I can read it. I got it. Yes. Okay. Do you want to discuss it? Okay. So I don't know if that's I don't know if that's the right way to think of it. Let me say this. All of it is subjective. All of it is just your opinion. All of it. Nothing is more objective than anything else. All of it is just your opinion. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Okay. So the way that we can say it's subjective. So the speed of light is very fast. I don't know it off the top of my head, but just to one person. Let me get what it actually is. We have it. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Go, you go. Okay. What is the speed of light, and how is that just subjective? We explain how everything in the world is subjective, except that statement. Excellent. Okay. So, first thing, this is an excellent thing. And it's mind blowing. Okay. So when I say the speed of light is 299,792 299,792,458 meters per second. That's objective scientific fact. Okay. Objective. Wait. Exactly. Exactly. No, I know. I'm having to. I'm having to not necessarily alter my thought, but when we say when when we say so it's also 300,000 kilometers per second. Okay. So some aspects of science are seen in objective ways. The speed of light, acceleration of gravity, these kinds of things are seen objectively. When I say that everything is subjective, that's just like your opinion. The speed of light is not. It is a constant. I get that. The idea that I say that, I mean it as this. To one person, it information, I I don't want to say I'm stuck. I'm not. I need I need the word friends because you created a you created an excellent problem, and I have to think through it. So just give me a second to think through it. You should. You should. Yes. Yes, I understand. So, so even objective truths like the speed of light, acceleration of gravity, even those are subject to revision as our scientific understanding deepens, showing that what we consider objective may have subjective elements depending on our level of understanding. Okay, so now I understand a little bit more. Okay, so, but firstly, I I cannot say how much I appreciate hearing this. You should feel very good because I go around saying everything's subjective. It's even in when you join the server, I say everything in the world is subjective except that statement. Now, when we say that the speed of light is, when I say that the speed of light is subjective, or you're saying it's objective, which it is, but it's objective to how you view physics. We can learn physics in a deeper way to learn more about the speed of light. So right now, we just see the speed of light as 300,000 kilometers per second. That is objective to some extent to us, but there may be other layers of that that we don't currently understand. Like what? a little bit better. We don't know everything that has been. We don't know everything about the speed of light. According to current physics, think that it's a constant of 300,000 kilometers per second. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it is. It means that's how we interpret it. Now, I want to find an example of something that we thought was a constant and then turned out not to be. So just one moment. Can you please give me an example of something from science that we thought was a constant that ended up not being a constant? Okay, what is it? To some extent, yes. I know a little bit about it, but please tell me what you know. Right? Okay. Okay. Very complicated, but okay. Okay. I understand. Okay. Okay. So most scientists believe that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. Okay. But there are some physicists that don't believe it. There are some, and there's some evidence for this, that the speed of light is variable. Some people say, I'm not saying that. I'm with you, 300,000 uh, kilometers per second. But there are some people who say, some theoretical physicists propose that the speed of light might have been much higher in the very early universe, particularly during the inflationary period. According to these theories, the speed of light could have been much faster in the first moments of the Big Bang, and then gradually slowed down to its current value as the universe expanded and cooled. This could help explain certain cosmological puzzles, such as the apparent flatness of the universe and the rapid expansion during inflation. So even we who think that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, even we think that, does not mean that all physicists believe that. So it's just our opinion that this is what it is. Another example, sure. It, everything is relative. Exactly. Can you check your messages? Your, I made a mistake. No, 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 no. I made a mistake. My apologies. Um, oh no, 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 no. It's not English. It's Filipino. Sorry. Just one moment. Apologies. Yes, exactly. I thought, oh yeah, yeah, it's English then, right? Here we go. Okay, please try now. Yeah. Oh, okay. I could go back. Do you want the Filipino version? You got it. Absolutely. So here's a simpler way to think of it. If we ask 100 scientists, what's the speed of light? 99 of them will say it's 300,000 kilometers per second. But there may be one of them or more who say, we don't think it's that. We think that it's, the speed of light is variable, perhaps at the beginning of the Big Bang. So what I'm saying is that while the 99 of us think that it's an objective truth that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, that's still just our opinion of what we think the speed of light is. That there may be other people who think it's not that. So there's a thought that it's just your opinion of what the speed of light is. We may agree on it, and that's what we consider an objective truth in science: the speed of light, speed of gravity, or acceleration of gravity, um, the like the different equations. But that is just your opinion of that's what they are. That doesn't necessarily mean that's everybody's opinion. Decrease. Yes. That's absolutely true. And on top of that, there's the thought that so the Big Bang goes and then slows, and then eventually it may reverse and the big crunch. So the Big Bang happened approximately like 12 billion years ago, and in another 48 billion years, we may have the big crunch, if that makes sense. So the chaos, exactly. Exactly. Perhaps we don't know. That's the big question. That's the big question. Mahayana? I don't understand. Sure. Go ahead. Yes. Okay. So I'm on that. Yes. Okay. So Maya Maha Yoga, it's Sanskrit. The Great Yoga is a designation of the first of the three inner conflicts according to the ninth division of practice used by the the, the school of Tibetan Buddhism. So it's the start, as I understand, right? The Great Yoga. I get that it's a cycle, yes, and this is the first cycle. That's the start. Okay. Sure thing. Excellent. I'll probably be sleeping because I haven't slept. But when I awake, we will talk about it, okay? No, it's 9:42 in the morning. It's early in the morning. But I've been up all night. But I'll find it. I'll find it out. Okay, so is it 6:43 p.m. there? Oh, okay. So it's 9:43 a.m. here. So that is a difference of it's, um, so it's 9 hours. You're 9 hours ahead of me. It's right now 9:44 a.m. Yes, but I've been up all night. I didn't sleep last night. I've been talking with people, and so I sleep during the day. I will do so. I will do so. You take care. Enjoy your friend, and when you're back, if I'm awake, we'll talk about this more. I want to tell you this, and I mean this, Uncle Marshall. I don't think I will ever forget this conversation that we had about objectivity and subjectivity because it really, really made me work. Good job. Good job. Thank you. Excellent. Excellent. Enjoy. Take care. Bye.
involved? What's the rhetoric?
That's somebody who challenged
Uh,
someone. That very very happy.
Can you understand, make the case for each side in this conflict?
Very
You're opening the new can of worms that takes another 3 hours of, of, of conversation.
Just 3 hours?
At least. What I can tell you is this. Iran, prior to 1979, viewed itself under the Shah as a kind of a, if not supporter of Israel, was in very good terms with Israel. They had an embassy in Iran, but unofficial embassy in Iran. They had certain projects that helping with the agriculture and so forth in Iran. But since 1979, that completely reversed.
Yeah.
Part of it is that the issue of the Palestinian plight remained very much at the heart of the revolutionary Iranians. You would see that part of the United States is to support, part of the United States guilt, sin, is to support Israel vis-a-vis its very suppressive, very oppressive treatment of the Palestinians, completely illegal taking over of the territories which is not theirs since 1967. And therefore it is upon the Iranian regime, Iranian Islamic Republic, to support the cause of the Palestinians. This came about at the time when the rest of the support for the Palestinians, including Arab nationalism, basically reached a stage of bankruptcy. Much of the regimes of the Arab world either are now coming to terms with Israel, or in one way or another, because of their own contingencies, because of their own concerns and interests, are willy-nilly accepting Israel in the region. Now, that whole task of rhetorically supporting the Palestinians falls upon the Islamic Republic, that sees itself as a champion of the Palestinians now, without, as a matter of fact, having either the support of the Iranian people behind it. If you ask, if tomorrow there would be a poll or a referendum, I would doubt that 80% of the Iranian people would approve of the policies of the Islamic Republic vis-a-vis the issue of Palestine. Nor the Palestinians themselves, because the Islamic Republic is only supporting those factions within the Palestinian movement which are Islamic, quote unquote. And even within that state, there is problems with Hamas, for instance. But nevertheless, it's for the Islamic Republic some kind of a propaganda tool to be able to use it for its own sake and claim that we are the champions of the Palestinian people. Whether they have a solution, if you look at their rhetoric, if you listen to their rhetoric, it's the destruction of the state of Israel. And that, it seems to me, creates a certain anxiety in the minds of the Israelis, Israeli population, and Israeli government, particularly those who are now in power. Netanyahu, the Likud, and more kind of a right-wing politics of polity of today's Israel. That being said, I think also the Israelis try to get an extra mileage out of threat of Iran, quote unquote, in order to present themselves a rightful to, for terms of security and whatever else. the way that they're treating the Palestinians, which I think is extremely unjust. I think it's extremely unwise for Israel to carry on with these policies as they did since 67 at least, and not to try to come to terms with it. Of course, there's a huge amount of, I'm not denying that at all, there's a huge amount of failures, mistakes, and stupidity on the side of the Palestinian leadership in various stages, not to try to make a deal or try to come to terms in some fashion. But it's a very complex picture, and it's rather unfair to the Palestinians to accuse them for not coming to terms with Israel under a very uneven circumstances, when they are not in a position to try to make a fair deal in terms of the territories or in terms of their security in future vis-a-vis Israel.
So I think there's, as you probably know, quite a lot of people that would have a different perspective than you just stated in terms of, taking the perspective of Israel and characterizing the situation. Can you steel man that at their side? Can you steel man Israel's side that they're trying to be a sovereign nation, trying to protect themselves against threats, ultimately wanting to create a place of safety, a place where people can pursue all the things that you want to pursue in life, including foremost happiness.
I tend to agree with you, and I have all the respect for the fact that Israel would like to create security and happiness for its own people. But there are two arguments. One is a moral argument. To my mind, as a historian, Jews around the world, for all through their history, suffer. And this is a history of suffering. It's a history of memory of it. And I find it enormously difficult to believe that a nation that's the product of so much sacrifice, suffering, loss of life, and variety of holocausts above all, would find itself in a position not to give the proper justice to a people who could be their neighbors. And that is a moral argument which I cannot believe under any circumstances can be accepted. Second, in real terms, what do you want to? You want to commit a genocide? You have a population there that you have to come to terms with it. And you cannot just postpone as they did. 667, they're postponing and hoping that it goes away somehow. I don't think it's going to go. And it's going to get worse rather than that.
It's a long, nuanced discussion, and I look forward to having it. So we'll just leave it there for the moment. But it is a stressful place in the world where the rhetoric is existential, where Iran it makes claims that it wants to wipe a country off the face of the earth. It's just the level of intensity of rhetoric is unlike anywhere else in the world,
and extremely dangerous.
and in both directions. So one, the real danger of the rhetoric actually being acted upon, and then the extreme political parties using the rhetoric to justify even a greater escalation. So if Iran is saying that it's saying that they want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth, that justifies any response.
On the other side.
On the other side.
Of course, I tend to agree with you fully. And unfortunately, this is a very critical situation that this region is facing, Iran in particular. I would say that I hope that in the minds of the people of Israel, there is a, enough common sense to realize that probably escalation on the Israeli side is not in the favor of anybody, and try to let the Iranians go on with their empty rhetoric as they do so far. But at the same time, I cannot deny the fact that, there is a danger on the side of this regime and what it says. It cannot be denied. Nobody can justify that. Particularly because the Iranian population is not behind this regime. Certainly in the case of the Palestine. Or for that matter, it's not Palestine. It's the the Islamic Republic's involvement in Lebanon with Hezbollah, it's the Islamic Republic's involvement in Syria with Bashar Assad, its involvement in other parts of the world, perhaps even Yemen, that all of them create extraterritorial responsibilities or interventions, unnecessary interventions that ultimately is not in favor of best interest of the Iranian people or Iran as a country. Iran has never been involved in this kind of politics before of the Islamic Republic. So in a sense, the Iranian regime, it seems to me, by going to the extreme, tried to create for itself a space that it did not have or did not deserve within the politics of the region. So in other words, that has become part of the tool, kind of an instrument for, if you like to call it, some kind of an expansionism of the regime. In parts of the world where it can see there is a possibility for its presence, for its expansion. Of course, historically speaking, Iran, ever since 15th century, I think that's the earliest example I can see, in early modernity, had always a tendency of moving in the direction of not only what is today the state of Iraq, but further into the eastern coast of Mediterranean. So that's a long-term ambition that has been in the cards as far as Iran as a strategic unit, but by no means justified and by no means could be a reasonable, could be a sane policy of a nation state as today's Iran. But the second point is that also uh, regimes are always victims of their own rhetoric. So it's once you keep repeating something, then you become more and more committed to it. And it cannot remain anymore in the level of a rhetoric. You have to do something about it. So there's something compelling pressure to try to materialize what you've been saying in your rhetoric. And that is even extremely more dangerous as far as Iran is concerned. And it brings it to some unholy alliance that today we are witnessing. Iran is getting involved. Even more dangerous than this rhetoric in terms of the vis-a-vis Israel is its involvement with Russia and to some extent with China, which we can talk about.
What do you think about the meeting between Khamenei and Vladimir Putin tonight? What's that alliance? What's that partnership? Is it surface level geopolitics? Or is there a deep growing connection?
I cannot see the difference between geopolitics and this deep connection. I see this in one and the same. Why? Because I think the experience of 40 years of distancing from the West in terms of the Islamic Republic and the fact that there is a shelf life to imperial presence for any empire anywhere in the world. So after the terrible experience of, of the United States in Iraq and in Afghanistan, pretty much like the British Empire, that after the Suez experience in '56, decided to withdraw from east of Suez. Maybe there is a moment here that we are witnessing, or it may come, that a great power like the United States sees it as benefit not to get too much involved into nitty-gritty things in other parts of the world, that it's not its immediate concern. And I think that is part of the reason, not the entire reason, part of the reason why we see the emergence of a new geopolitical environment in this part of the world, of which China, Russia, possibly Iran, possibly Turkey,